Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Mist are ready to face off on Italy to see who takes the win. Aster has definitely owned this rivalry with 55 total wins, but his recent form might not be a guarantee against someone like Mist. We saw how Aster dominated their last meeting, so he'll likely be looking to flatten this out quickly. Mist is really starting to pull ahead here. Mist is really turning the tide after those tough losses yesterday. Everything is completely balanced right now. We've got a dead heat as we head into the next few rounds. Mist holds a slim lead going into the 5th. He's really fighting through that rating gap today. Mist is putting some serious pressure on Aster now. He really needs to shake off that rough 10-26 run from yesterday. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. It's a surprising flip given how badly he struggled previously. He is simply too fast right now, claiming a 4th straight victory. A complete reversal of the result we saw just 16 hours ago. He's just totally in control, making it 5 straight for the leader. A massive swing for the lower ranked player here. He's simply too sharp, securing a 6th straight victory to blow the lead open. A complete clue. Aster finally finds his mark, getting the round back just before the break. Mist holds a 9-3 lead as we swap sides. Well, he's certainly playing like the favorite right now. He looks incredibly confident after those 6 straight round wins to open this map. Aster needs a serious wake-up call. Aster has the higher win rate on this map, winning about 66% of the time. It's just wild to see a player with that much historical data falling behind by 7 rounds. He really needs to find a way to slow this momentum down. Completely effortless exchange is just 1 round away from ending the match. It's a grim picture for the favorite right now. A lightning fast reaction there by Aster to keep his hopes alive. That was a blistering response to put the pressure back on. Gritty hold to secure another point for the underdog, barely clinging to the series. What a way to close it out. Mist shuts the door completely to secure the map. A total disaster for the favorite today. He just looked completely lost in that one. Welcome to the arena for a match between Havoc and Mist. Havoc enters as the favorite, but Mist is ready for a fight. Havoc currently holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It's a stark contrast to the fact that both players have nearly identical win rates on this specific map. It'll be interesting to see if the historical dominance overrides the current surface level symmetry. He's simply too fast right now. Shutting this down from the ramp to go 3 straight. The gap in their ladder ratings is starting to show. What a gritty stand. He refuses to go down quietly and earns his first point of the map. It's a strong reminder that the underdog can always bite back. Havoc quickly reclaimed the lead using that ramp for a great vantage point. He's definitely playing like the stronger seed in this matchup. Mist is struggling to keep pace, trailing 5-1. His recent 23-12 record today showing in his confidence. Absolutely terrifying. He's simply not letting up on the pressure. He's completely in control, securing another clean win to stretch the lead further. Mist manages to clear the Tetris and secure another round. He's fighting out of a tough spot after that 11-26 day. Havoc is generally the dominant player in their long history together. But we are seeing a sudden shift in momentum as the underdog puts up a fight. It's becoming a real struggle for the higher seed to keep the door closed here. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out as we anticipated. He's using his experience to maintain a steady distance from Mist as they switch sides. Let's see if Mist resets here. Havoc pulls further away, now sitting pretty at 9-4. The difference in their ladder positioning is starting to feel very apparent. Havoc is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-4. His superior experience really stands out at this stage. Another pristine round for him, simply outclassing everything Mist is throwing his way. The gap between these two is wide open right now. A grueling exchange that finally sees Havoc emerge on top to move within striking distance of victory. A sharp response from Mist, taking this round without losing any health. A very sudden shift in the energy for this final stretch. And there it is. Havoc seals the victory with a complete shutout to close it all out. He really just rolled through those final rounds to prove why he's sitting so much higher in the rankings. Welcome everyone, we have Aster and Havoc facing off on red line, with Havoc entering the match as the favorite. Aster holds a clear 62% win rate on this map, which suggests he's far more comfortable here than his opponent. It'll be interesting to see if he can use that confidence to flip their historical dynamic. He really needs a fast start to avoid falling behind. Unreal. Aster survives by a thread after a wild scramble from the ramp to make it a 3-round sweep. He's completely controlling the pace right now. Just a total shutdown from the ramp as he keeps this streak rolling. He's proving to be a real problem for the top-rated guy today. Havoc finally finds a way to answer back. His all-time lead in their head-to-head matches is still a huge factor. Aster really has the upper hand right now, shutting him down even while he's playing from the ramp. Wow, an absolute scrap that barely went his way. But that's another round for Aster. He's really playing his best game against the higher rated star today. Havoc gets a nice read on the ramp to keep himself in this game. He's looking sharp after that dominant victory against Nest. What a nail biter. He almost went down but manages to secure the win from the ramp. He's really making a statement against the rank 11 player. Aster just can't be shaken, securing another quick win from the ramp to keep the pressure on. That's quite a shift from their previous encounter on fast aim. He's just untouchable right now, walking away from this engagement without taking a single point of damage. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of the expected outcome. The underdog is just running away with the map and putting Havoc in a deep hole. Time for Havoc to respond. Aster has really stepped up his game today, but we have to remember that he's only won 11 of their 30 matchups overall. He's definitely fighting the tide here. I wonder if this sudden surge of momentum from Havoc can turn back the clock on their history. Aster immediately recovers his footing by cleaning him up from the ramp. The higher rated star is really struggling to maintain his lead today. Both of them are fighting for that same ground on the ramp, but Aster was just a split second quicker. A complete contrast to that dominant win he just had against us. Another quick victory from the ramp as he puts himself on match point. The high-seeded player is completely outclassed today. And that's it, a total blowout to finish this series. He's really putting on a clinic today, handing the favorite a rough outing in every single way. Welcome to the show. Aster and Mist are facing off on Mapas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. What a chaotic start. Both players were nearly finished, but Aster manages to edge out the win. Aster has an impressive 61% victory rate in their head-to-head history. But that's a deceptive figure given that Mist has won the last 4 matchups they've played. It'll be interesting to see if the long-term trend holds here. We're all squared up now as we head into round 5. Tough stretch for Mist today with only 11 wins in 25 games. Absolute mayhem in that trade, but Aster survives with a sliver of health to take the lead. It's a tough day for the guy sitting at rank 26. Aster is really rolling now, leading by 2. He's really taking advantage of that higher seed today. He's just not letting up, securing another one to extend his lead. The consistency is definitely in his favor today. He's simply too sharp right now, taking total control of the server. He is really making his presence felt on this map. He just can't be stopped, securing his 5th straight win. His 2016 days really starting to show. Mist finally answers back with a sharp burst to halt that momentum. It's a flash of the form we saw from him on Italy P. Aster has dominated these matchups with a 61% historical win rate, and honestly the gap in their current form today is just staggering. Aster is putting together a strong day while Mist is really struggling to find any traction. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he was the underdog coming into this, but he's just outclassing everything Mist is throwing at him right now. Mist gets a crucial push to bring it to 9-4. That was lightning fast. That was a ridiculously fast exchange. Aster keeps charging ahead to a commanding 10-4 lead. The higher rating is providing a lot of cushion right now. He's putting up a fight now. It's getting a bit more competitive at this end of the set. The underdog has a history of playing him tough. Mist is on fire right now, catching Aster wide open on the ramp to keep this momentum going. His composure is starting to look much more solid now. He is simply refusing to let this match slip, putting together another effortless round. A total shift in energy for this match. He's completely taken over this half, securing his 4th straight point in a row. He puts the pressure right back on, and now he's just a single round away from the win. He is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Mist responds instantly with a lightning fast snap to the head, denying the quick finish. A sharp reminder that he's still very much in this. What a sight. He's truly digging deep to stay alive in this match. A very crisp series of exchanges to close out that round. Game over. Aster claws back from the brink of defeat to secure the match. Mist really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He had to fight for every inch. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the show. We have Havoc and Mist facing off on Dunes, where the favorite looks strong today. Havoc holds a significant head-to-head advantage, leading their lifetime rivalry 391 to 180. It's a historical gap that usually gives him a huge confidence boost. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually shake that trend today. He's simply too fast for Mist right now, taking a commanding lead. He's completely in control now, sweeping through the start of this match with zero resistance. Mist finally responds, catching his opponent right off that box. That was an instant shutdown. He's showing some real grit to claw back into this series. Havoc has been on fire today, putting up a 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, it looks like that momentum is carrying him straight through this match. Mist just hasn't been able to keep pace with that kind of form. What a scrap. He almost went down, but he digs deep to scrape out the victory. Mist just can't find any answers today. Havoc is just dominating, sitting pretty at 7-3. The ranking gap is really showing through as he builds this cushion. Havoc stays comfortably ahead with a 7-4 lead. He's fighting a real uphill battle against one of the league's top 10. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as we expected. He's proved why he owns the head-to-head lead, though Mist is putting up a respectable fight. Time for a clean slate. Havoc extends his lead to 8-5, staying sharp. It's a tough day at the office for the number 26 seed. Havoc keeps the pressure on, pushing to 9-5. The higher seat is firmly back in the driver's seat. He's simply untouchable right now, grabbing a huge advantage by picking him off the box. He secures a devastating top-down angle from the box to keep this run going. Another clean win for the leader, and he is now just a single round away from victory. A sudden flick from Mist slows things down just as the favorite looked to close it out. Just a small spark of hope for the underdog. He's not going down without a fight, making it a 2-round surge to keep this alive. He's showing a lot of poise in these high-pressure moments. And that is it. He closes the door on this series with a final decisive blow. He just looked like he belonged in the top 10 today, taking full control of the server from the start. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on orange today with Aster taking on the favorite Havoc. Aster holds a massive 74% win rate on this specific map. It's clearly a huge comfort zone for him, especially since he's already secured a dominant victory over Havoc earlier today. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can find an answer to that early pressure. Another fast finish for Aster, who hasn't let his opponent breathe a single second. Finally a result for Havoc, who shows a bit of grit to get himself back in this. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this series. The momentum is shifting as he continues his surge to keep this contest close. It's looking like a very tight battle between these two. Unreal, Aster barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a tiny bit of health left. That's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. Havoc wins the trade this time and is steadily clawing his way back into the map. The higher seed is finally starting to assert himself. And he strikes again, putting these two right back on even footing. The momentum is swinging completely toward the favorite. Aster just edges ahead, taking a slim lead into round 9. The underdog is putting up a serious fight in this one. He just won an intense scramble to tie things up at 5-5. This is definitely a closer match than we expected. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp right now, stepping up his game as we head toward the break. Absolute perfection in those last two engagements. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Honestly, Aster is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's completely erased the perceived gap between himself and the favorite heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He's keeping the pressure high, taking control of the series once again. The higher seed is starting to look composed again. Continues the climb, proving he can handle the heat in this series. He's really asserting his dominance in these quick exchanges. Havoc was essentially untouchable there, effortlessly extending his lead to a 3-round advantage. Absolute control now, and that's 4 straight for a man who refused to let his early deficit discourage him. He's completely steamrolled through this stretch, putting up 5 straight for an imposing lead. Aster puts an end to that streak with a tidy shot. He certainly knows how to play spoiler against this opponent. Aster is putting up a fierce rally here, and suddenly the lead is starting to evaporate. Aster seems to have the read on him after that blowout earlier. He's simply refusing to let up, digging himself out of that hole with yet another round in his favor. Havoc shuts down that rally and finds himself just a single round away from victory. He looks much more like the man who cruised to a 13-5 win earlier today. What a way to close it out. Havoc secures the final round to finish the series. He just had to shake off that loss from earlier today, but in the end, the raw skill difference was just too much for Aster to overcome. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Aster and Mist are stepping up today to see who comes out on top. Aster has the clear advantage in their head-to-head history, holding a 56-35 lead, while he's clearly the more comfortable player in this particular matchup, and that confidence seems to be showing up early. Let's see if Mist can shake it off. Mist holds the ramp and takes this one, keeping things very close early on. He's really desperate for a victory after a rough run of games today. We're all tied up now. Aster can't pull away. The lower rated player is really putting up a fight here. Unbelievable. He claws back the lead in a total firefight, barely surviving the exchange. Both players have been struggling against Havoc in their other matches today. Absolutely electric. He manages to secure the win from the ramp, barely surviving that trade. Mist is simply refusing to let Aster get any momentum going right now. That's a tough start to the day for someone sitting at rank 26. Aster secures a quick victory from the ramp, effectively shutting down Mist's brief surge. Mist edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 9. Both players are looking for a bounce back after those rough losses to Havoc. Mist is really starting to put on the pressure here, and he just shut Aster down from the ramp. A complete blowout of a round, and that's 3 straight for Mist heading into the final game of the half. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite right now. Aster needs to tighten up because he's just not keeping pace with this momentum. Time for a quick reset. Wow, he barely hangs on with a handful of health, clutching the win from the ramp. He's definitely shaken off those recent losses now. Aster currently sits 13th on our ladder, and that rating advantage just isn't translating into any real results today. Honestly, he's looking completely lost against a player who was barely scraping by earlier in the session. Aster is really sliding here. He's just unable to find a way back into this series. The momentum has completely flipped from their previous clash on Mapas. That is a ruthless finish from the ramp, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out from the wine box to secure the series. Total dominance in that second half. He really put on a clinic and completely erased that historic lead. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Havoc and Mist stepping up for this duel, with Havoc looking like the favorite. Havoc has historically owned this pairing, taking about 69% of their head-to-head games. But Mist has had some serious struggles in his last 24 hours. It'll be interesting to see if those struggles carry over or if we're seeing a shift in the dynamic today. Mist is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He's definitely feeling his confidence coming off that 13-7 victory recently. Mist is really putting the pressure on early here, showing a completely different side to this rivalry. A surprising sight for the number 10 seed right now. Mist holds a narrow lead as we hit round 5. A strong showing from the number 10 seed overall. Mist was just too quick to react, catching Havoc right as he stepped off the ramp. Quite the turnaround from that last set on the dunes. Havoc really capitalized on that height advantage, grabbing the win from the Tetris. Havoc really likes that high ground today, securing another quick round from the Tetris to tie things up. Mist manages to hold the line from the Tetris, keeping Havoc from mounting a real comeback. Havoc is staying aggressive and managed to pull Mist right off the Tetris for the takedown. A total deadlock as we head toward the break. Mist still keeps the upper hand, leading 6-5. The lower rated player is really fighting back here. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Well, it's been a very competitive start for both players. While Havoc enters as the higher rated seed, Mist is holding his own perfectly in this opening stretch. Fresh start for both guys here. Mist barely holds on to that single round lead. Hard to believe he's staying this consistent after a rough day so far. Mist has been having a truly rough day overall, managing only 11 wins today. But he's completely flipped the script in this specific server. Watching him build his lead is a huge contrast to his current slump. Absolutely effortless. He's just too fast right now, extending the lead to 10. Havoc manages to put a dent in that lead. A solid reminder of that 24-11 run he's had today. He's completely shut down the opposition, showing some serious grit to close the gap. He's definitely starting to look like the superior seed now. Mist is really digging in here, refusing to let Havoc build any real momentum. He just refuses to fade away, pulling his opponent right off the Tetris to keep this fight alive. Both of these players are really battling it out in the trenches. He wins another duel and is now just a single point away from victory. He's really proving that his ranking might be an understatement. Havoc keeps the fight alive, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. Still a tough spot to be in for the higher seed. What a response. He's simply not going away, forcing Mist to earn this final point. Unbelievable. He secures another flawless win from the ramp to force this match into overtime. Pure chaos as we head into a tiebreaker. He's totally taken over this series, powering through with another straight round win. He's absolutely ruthless with his positioning right now. Absolutely crushing, he's now staring down a huge lead with 5 straight rounds in his pocket. He just can't stop the bleeding, and that's a 6th consecutive round for Havoc. He's just completely outclassing the defense right now. What a response from Mist. He completely shuts down the momentum and keeps himself in this fight. That was a lightning fast trade to get back on the board. He's simply refusing to break, securing another win to bring the score within one. What a shift! He takes total control from the box to level the series at 15 all. Mist edges ahead by a single point here. Absolute deadlock at 16 each. What a clash. Havoc sneaks ahead by one, putting a huge squeeze on Mist. He's really asserting that high seed authority in this closing stretch. Havoc is extending the gap to 2 points now. His current form is just on a whole other level. Havoc is running wild now, climbing to a 3-point lead. He really had to dig deep to seal this one after that wild back and forth. Mist almost pulled it off. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Aster and Havoc are ready for a clash on red line, with the favorite looking to maintain his lead. Unbelievable. Havoc barely survives that scramble from the boxes, clinging to life with just a sliver of health. Havoc has clearly got a psychological edge here, leading their head-to-head rivalry 20-12. That historical dominance is really showing through as he continues to put on the pressure early. I wonder if Aster can find a way to shake this trend. A gritty fight here, but Aster dug in to secure a crucial round. That was an incredibly fast exchange to shake things up. What a scramble! He barely walks away from the ramp with a handful of health remaining. He's really living up to that top 10 ranking today. Aster is showing some real fight, picking him right off the ramp to tighten this gap. He's definitely proving he can hang with a top tier opponent today. Havoc still commands a commanding lead at 5-2. He looks incredibly sharp right now, having taken 2 straight games today. Absolutely breathless. He barely makes it through that chaos, surviving by a thread to reclaim the momentum. He's certainly playing to that top 10 ranking tonight. Aster is traditionally a much stronger force on this specific map. Seeing him pull these rounds back is a direct reflection of that comfort. It'd be interesting to see if he can actually flip the script entirely here. Pure willpower on display as he drags himself through that damage to drop Havoc off the ramp. He's starting to claw back into this. Havoc just held that ramp perfectly to snap the momentum and keep his lead. He's definitely putting that top 10 ranking to use right now. We're seeing a 7-5 lead for Havoc. The favorite is controlling the pace exactly how we thought he would. He managed to put together a solid 3-round streak to keep Aster at bay for now. Fresh start for both players now. Absolutely wild. He just barely edges that out in a chaotic exchange. He's putting that top 10 rank on full display today. A total shutdown of the round, and he's refusing to let this match slide. What a nail biter. He barely claws out a victory from the ramp, surviving with almost nothing left. Aster is staying tenacious, shutting down this encounter in the blink of an eye. He's proving incredibly stubborn, keeping this rally going to pull right back into the game. He's completely flipped the energy of this duel. Havoc holds a slim 2-round advantage as we move on. He's been in top form today with a 23-11 record. These rounds are ending in a flash. The reaction times are just absurd tonight. Just completely dismantled that exchange, continuing this impressive surge toward Havoc. Havoc secures the lead from the ramp, leaving him just one step away from victory. Just a complete contrast to that 12-10 defeat he had earlier this week. Game over. Havoc finishes it with a flawless final burst to secure the victory. He just wouldn't let the map advantage play into Aster's hands. He really held his nerve to close that one out. Welcome to the dunes. Aster and Mist are ready to face off to see who comes out on top. Aster brings a strong 62% win rate to this map. It's a huge advantage considering Mist has struggled a bit more here lately. I wonder if this start helps him close the gap on his recent losses. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a 3-round lead. A little bit of revenge for the blow he took on Fast Aim. He's absolutely on fire, putting up a perfect 4-round start. A huge shift from that blowout he suffered earlier on Fast Aim. Mist manages to secure a round and keep things competitive. He's firmly within his rights to be confident after the ladder gap. Aster holds a commanding 5-1 lead as we reset. Aster has clearly dominated their history with a 61% win rate against Mist. Well, that's a significant gap that usually defines these meetings. Now, we just have to see if Mist can find a way to break the cycle today. Mist responds with a clean win here. The underdog is certainly showing plenty of fight tonight. Aster is just run away with a massive 8-2 lead. He really needs to shake off those recent losses. Aster is practically cruising with a 9-2 advantage. The higher rated player is really asserting himself in this series. Aster heads into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead, and honestly, he is making this look easy against the favorite. He's really leaning into that 62% map win rate to put Mist in a deep hole early. Time to see if Mist can club. Mist grabs another, though Aster still holds a 10-3 grip. He's having a tough day overall with that 10-26 record. Aster is putting an absolute stranglehold on this series, leaving Mist with almost no room to breathe. Mist is refusing to go down quietly, trading rounds with Aster and staying dangerous. The struggle is real for the number 26 ranked player today. What a way to reach a crucial milestone. Aster secures the lead from the box and is now just 1 round away from victory. Mist delivers a sharp response to delay the inevitable. It's a tough mental climb from where he started this series. Boom, he catches Mist right off that box to seal the deal and take the match. He looked sharp from the start, and that sub-second reaction time really set the tone for the whole set. Welcome to Orange. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off, and the top-seeded favorite looks strong heading into this one. Havoc has historically owned this rivalry with a 69% win rate over Mist. It's clear that confidence is carrying over from their last match together as well. We'll see if Mist can find a way to break that pattern. Havoc's clutching this, holding a tight 2-1 lead. He's definitely looking for some momentum after a rough day so far. Mist is really struggling to find a footing here, while Havoc looks completely composed. Coming off an impressive 24-11 run today. Havoc is just dominating with a 4-1 cushion. His current rank really separates him from the rest of the field. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now taken full control of this match. The class difference is showing between these two. Mist manages to secure a quick response, cutting into that early lead. Mist has really been hitting a wall today, coming in with a 10-27 record over the last 24 hours. That lack of confidence seems to be echoing in this match as well. I wonder if he's mentally capable of clawing back from this position. Havoc is simply cruising along with a 7-3 lead. He's really putting up a fight despite that rating difference. Mist has really woken up. This is starting to look like a genuine comeback. He's really digging in to bridge that gap in skill. Havoc leads 7-5 as we head into the break. Right, things are playing out exactly as the rating suggested. Mist kept it close for a bit, but the top seed is still in the driver's seat. Fresh starts for both of them. He's refusing to let the map slide away, putting out the perfect shot to keep this rally going. It's a completely different story than what the odds makers expected. Incredible poise from Mist to lock this down and bring the score back to an even 7-all. The underdog is officially making this a toss-up. Havoc just barely reclaimed the lead, sitting at 8. It's a high-pressure spot for the number 26 ranked player. Havoc holds that ramp beautifully to get another win on the board. It looks like he's completely forgetting that loss to Aster from earlier. Total shutdown of that push, showing just how stubborn he's being in this series. Total shutdown there. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to an even split. Unreal, they both nearly went down together, but Havoc manages to scramble through the chaos to take the lead. What a recovery. He just completely leveled the playing field, bringing us to a dead heat. This is becoming a real nail-biter, with neither player able to put the other away for long. He's certainly playing to his top 10 status right now. He just keeps the pressure on, securing another quick win to put himself on match point. Just a quick and clean execution to set himself up. Mist is refusing to go down without a fight, finding a lightning-fast way to keep this series alive. What a final burst. Havoc finishes the game with a flawless sequence to secure the victory. He really had to sweat for that one, but he keeps his grip on this rivalry. Mist almost had him on the ropes. What a fight. Welcome to the league. We've got Aster and Havoc facing off on map pass, with Havoc entering as the heavy favorite. Aster maintains a 63% win rate on this specific map, and that historically gives him a distinct advantage over someone like Havoc. It'll be interesting to see if that familiarity helps him overcome the gap in their head-to-head history. Astar. The top quartile talent is usually more consistent than this. Aster is just too sharp right now, putting on a clinic from that ramp position. Havoc just managed to fight his way back into this game with a tough trade on the ramp. That's already the second time he's claimed the victory over this opponent today. Total deadlock now, with both players tied at 3. His recent 13-9 victory over this opponent really seems to be playing a role. Aster quickly reclaimed that higher ground on the ramp to keep himself in the lead. He's really fighting the trend of his previous wins here. Absolute parity as Aster and Havoc sit tied up. The top 8 rating is starting to show its value here. Aster edges ahead, now holding a narrow 1-point lead. He's certainly shaking off that previous loss on red line. Havoc has consistently come out on top in over 60% of their past encounters, but those historical odds aren't meaning much in this specific game. He's clearly struggling to respond to the pressure Aster is putting on him today. We'll see if he can find a way to reverse the momentum here. Aster heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, the momentum has completely shifted. He's really defying the odds makers by keeping the higher ranked player on his heels throughout this first half. Hoping for a fast response from Havoc. Aster is simply untouchable, extending his lead to 9-4. The disparity in their current form is staggering. What a scrap! Both players were practically depleted, but Aster barely managed to scrap through that chaos. That was a tight finish to seal another round. Aster's just cruising now, pushing the tally to 10-5. His superior ranking hasn't quite translated into a lead yet. Havoc claws back 1, leaving him trailing at 6. That's a pretty strong start to the day for him. Aster is really putting a stranglehold on this match, leaving Havoc with a mountain to climb here. He's making the most of his current momentum today. Havoc is definitely fighting back, refusing to let this game slip away just yet. The top 8 seed is finally starting to show some teeth. Havoc is really starting to put some pressure on Aster, managing to clear him off that ramp for another win. It's a tough mental spot for Aster after that red line result. Another swift encounter, and now Aster is just a single round away from victory. The seed difference is clearly not a factor in this clash. Havoc finds his timing and shuts this down quickly, keeping his hopes alive. A quick reaction from Havoc to keep the pressure on. Unbelievable survival. He holds on to a tiny sliver of health to keep himself in this match. He completely shuts the door on that exchange, keeping his streak alive to stay in this. What a run. He force ties this match up and drags us straight into overtime. Absolute perfection from Havoc, who just secured his 5th straight win to take the lead. The momentum has completely flipped from how they started. Aster answers back immediately, locking things up at 13-all. Aster is really stepping up his game, managing to outduel Havoc, even with the disadvantage of looking up at that ramp. What a shot. He just completely dismantled his opponent to move within striking distance of the win. An incredibly quick end to that encounter. Havoc completely denies that match point, picking him off from the ramp with an effortless shot. What an ending! Aster closes out the series with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really had to dig deep in that overtime stretch to finally get his revenge. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Aster and Mist are ready to go, with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Aster starts strong, utilizing the height of that ramp to get the first point on the board. Aster really owns the history here with a strong 61% success rate in their head-to-head matches. So yeah, he usually knows exactly how to handle this opponent. It will be interesting to see if he can get back to that baseline after a rough start to today's set. Aster keeps the pressure on, taking advantage of that ramp to build a comfortable cushion early on. He's completely took over the pace now, simply outclassing the opposition in this sequence. Mist responds instantly, refusing to let his opponent pull away any further. Aster still holds a firm 3-round lead over Mist. Tough day so far for the latter, sitting at 10-26 for the last 24 hours. Aster is sitting comfortably at a 62% map win rate, which really showcases his familiarity with these angles. It makes sense why he's the clear favorite right now. Let's see if Mist can find a way to disrupt this lead. He's completely seized control of the map, moving his tally up to 8. Mist is really struggling to find any footing today. He's just completely out of reach, picking up another 5-point win from the ramp. He's definitely proving why he entered the server as the heavy favorite. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly he's making this look easy despite the pre-match predictions. Mist looks completely lost and needs a serious adjustment to stay in this game. Mist needs a spark right now. Aster is just too consistent today, securing that ramp position once again to keep the momentum. The skill gap is really apparent as the lead stretches out. Mist was too quick for him, taking the fight right to Aster on that ramp. A really tough stretch of games for the lower rated player today. That was practically a blur. Aster's reactions are just on another level right now. Mist is showing a bit of resilience here, knocking Aster right off the ramp to keep things interesting. Aster secures a huge advantage from the wine box, moving himself to match point. He's completely outclassed his opponent in today's series. Mist puts up a fight from the wine box to keep the server open. Desperate shot for the underdog to stay alive. Mist delivers a clean blow from the ramp to keep himself in the fight. A huge test of nerves for the favorite to close this out. Mist shuts the door on that attempt, securing another round from the window to keep the heat on. The momentum has completely shifted toward the challenger. Unbelievable! Aster shuts it down and secures the map victory right here. He just couldn't let that momentum slide. That's a huge confidence boost for him to lock this one away. Welcome to the league. We have Havoc and Mist facing off on Italy, with Havoc entering as the clear favorite today. Havoc comes out swinging, catching Mist completely exposed up on the wine. He's showing why he's the higher rated man on the ladder. Havoc has a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, leading their career total by over 200 rounds. But Mist actually holds a slight edge on the win rate for this specific map. It'll be interesting to see if that local comfort allows him to keep fighting back. We're all squared up as we head into round 5. The rank 27 man is making things difficult early on. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, looking completely comfortable with this lead. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky. Neither man is budging and we're locked at 3-all. He's really trying to shake off that tight loss to Aster. Mist takes control now, holding a narrow 1-round lead. A surprising turn for him after such a rough run of form today. These two are trading rounds back and forth, neither one able to keep the lead for more than a minute. Havoc finally claws back ahead, pushing it to 5-4. Mist is really struggling to find any stability today. Mist is really keeping the pressure on, refusing to let the favorite even get a foothold in this set. Mist just barely edges ahead, taking a 6-5 lead. Looking far more consistent than his overall track record this week. We're sitting at 6-all as we go to the break. Honestly, the higher seed isn't running away with this like we thought he might. Mist is proving he can hold his own in this series. A totally clean slate here. Havoc regains the upper hand, stepping up to 7-6. The top 10 seed is starting to assert his will. And just like that, Mist brings us back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. A real gritty performance from the ranked 27 men today. Mist is really capitalizing on this momentum right now, putting a real dent in Havoc's confidence. It's a huge swing for him, considering he's been struggling today. The momentum has completely shifted, and is now cruising with 3 straight wins. Absolutely unstoppable right now. He's just taken everything in his path. A total reversal of his early struggles today. He is just far too quick today, extending that run to 5 straight. Hard to believe he's holding a 4-round lead right now. A sharp response here to put an end to that run. The underdog is still firmly in the driver's seat. Another lightning fast read by Havoc, showing some real grit as he continues to bridge the gap. He's completely taking over now, securing his 3rd straight as the gap continues to close. That was a sheer shutout. Mist is now just 1 round away from victory. An incredible shift from the expected outcome today. What a clutch play by Havoc, holding the wine to keep this series alive. Just a reminder of the immense pressure facing the underdog now. Unreal, Mist shuts the door with a perfect shot to secure the series victory. He really proved he could hang with the elite today. To pull that off against such a dominant head-to-head record is just incredible. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster and Havoc are ready to go, though Havoc enters this one as the favorite. Havoc has the historical advantage here with 21 head-to-head wins. That gives him a huge mental edge entering this set. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can use his high map win rate to flip the script early. He's absolutely crushing this opening, picking the opponent off the Tetris to start a 3-round surge. He is simply untouchable right now, ending that fight in less than a second. After finally finds an opening to put a stop to that run. He's showing some real grit here, keeping the pressure on to narrow the gap. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt early on. Aster has put up a 21-15 record today. You know, it shows he's clearly got the confidence to trade blows with the top players. Now we just have to see if he can translate that momentum into a serious comeback here. Havoc still holds a commanding 3-round lead over Aster. Aster shuts him down on the ramp, proving he's not going away quietly. The confidence is shifting in this series. He's on fire right now, securing another effortless kill to carry this surge into the break. Havoc leads 7-5. I mean, things are playing out just as we expected. He's held his ground well and he needs to stay sharp to prevent Aster from erasing this lead after the switch. New sides, time to buckle up. He's staying aggressive, refusing to let the momentum slide back to his opponent. The gap is finally closing as we push into the second half. Havoc is clinging to a narrow 2-round advantage. The top 10 talent is starting to separate itself once again. Havoc just secured another stronger frame on that ramp and he looks completely in control of the pace right now. A brutal response from Havoc, who firmly shuts the door on that comeback attempt. The top 9 seed is simply too consistent. He takes control of the Tetris, extending his lead to 11-6. He's really making it look easy today. Another effortless win for Havoc, who now sits just a single round away from the victory. Aster manages to secure a huge save here, keeping his hopes alive. The underdog is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this. And that's it. Havoc closes it out with a clean finish to seal the victory. He really proved why he's the higher seed today. Aster put up a decent fight, but just couldn't find the consistency to keep up. Welcome to Redline. We've got Aster and Mist facing off today to see who can claim the victory. Aster comes out swinging, quickly picking off Mist from the ramp to open the scoring. Expected a fast start from the higher rated side here. Aster holds a significant advantage in their overall history with a 62% win rate against Mist. It's clear he's using that confidence to put a lot of pressure on his opponent early on. I wonder if Mist can find a way to shake the start. Mist is really fighting uphill now, trailing 3-1. He's definitely finding his form after that tough loss to Havoc. Aster is just too quick to the peak today, using that high to pick off Mist again. His experience really shows against the 26th ranked player. He secures the kill from the ramp, really putting his foot on the gas now. The higher rated player is definitely making his presence felt here. He's simply too fast for anyone right now, making it 6 rounds to 1. He is simply untouchable right now, extending the lead to 7-1 with a lightning fast flick. Finally, a round for Mist, securing a clean win to keep himself in the game. He's fighting back after a rough start to the afternoon. Aster has been having a tough time with a 2016 record over the last day. It looks like he's finally finding his footing and using that momentum to distance himself. It will be interesting to see if Mist can put up a fight from here. Aster holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. The underdog is firmly in control after that 5-round tier. Mist needs to make some adjustments quickly or this match will wrap up early. Let's see if Mist can reset. Aster is really shutting things down, cutting off Mist's attempt to push from the ramp. Everything is mirroring that match they just finished on Fast Aim. Aster's just relentless, pushing it to 9-5 now. Aster is just cruising along with a dominant 10-5 lead. The rank 13 player is putting his skill on full display. Mist really needs a spark here, as he's just not finding any answers for those quick reactions. That was a fast reaction to secure another round for Mist, which keeps him in the fight. Aster just needed that one more clean finish, picking Mist off the ramp to reach match point. That's a crushing way to close that out. A huge stop from Mist, staying sharp to delay that final blow. A critical moment to keep the dream alive. What a finish. Aster secures the final blow and claims the match. He really dominated the map today, and it's clear those high tier reflexes are just on another level. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Havoc and Mist facing off, with the favorite looking to secure a dominant victory. Havoc just takes a strong lead by controlling the ramp early on. His number ranking is definitely showing in this opener. Havoc has dominated this rivalry with a win rate of 69% across hundreds of matches, but Mist is currently riding a strong wave of confidence after taking their last head-to-head clash. It will be interesting to see if that psychological edge carries over here. We've hit a dead heat with things tied at 2-all. The gap in our rating is definitely playing a role now. Havoc has completely flipped the script, quickly reclaiming control of the series. The 27 player is really struggling to keep up here. Another clean exchange for Havoc, and he's now firmly in control of the momentum. Mist reacts quickly to pick him off the ramp, keeping the score close. His recent form has been tough, but he's fighting back. Havoc has been performing well overall today with a 22-13 record, and honestly that momentum seems to be fueling this lead. He's looking very composed right now, making it hard for Mist to find any real openings. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 6-4. Mist has been having a rough outing today overall. Mist is starting to look completely overwhelmed as the gap in skill becomes more apparent. That's a rough stretch for Mist after a difficult 11-26 day. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see based on their history. He's just playing the role of the favorite perfectly right now. Let's see if Mist can dig in. Mist claws back one, making it 8-5 now. That was an incredibly fast exchange to stop the bleeding. He really struggled in his most recent outing against Aster. What a fight! Both players were practically shredded by the time he finally managed to land the finishing shot. That was a nail-biter of a trick. Mist is really starting to make this a contest, catching Havoc while he was holding the ramp. He continues to push forward, showing real grit as he narrows this gap further. He is proving he can hang with the top players right now. The momentum is shifting entirely as he secures another flawless round to keep the comeback rolling. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit, bringing us that even at 9-0. Havoc manages to answer back, reclaiming the lead. He's a much stronger player in these late game scenarios. Mist just completely shut him down to bring this series level. A huge shift from how this looked at the start. They've been trading rounds back and forth like a pendulum, but Havoc is finally finding some air. A quick response after that last exchange. What a performance. He's managed to force a tie as we head into the final stretch. A real battle of nerves as they trade these final rounds. A total shutdown as he puts himself one round away from the win. The underdog is putting on a clinical display. He shuts the door on a regulation finish, locking this battle into an epic overtime. A massive swing in momentum to force the extra frames. He's really taking control of the server right now, putting a lot of pressure on Mist. Despite a rough start, he's showing exactly why he's in the top 10. An absolutely pristine look from Mist to put this match back on a knife edge. Neither player looks like they're giving an inch in this overtime clash. Simply untouchable as the momentum continues to swing back in the underdog's favor. pace of these rounds has become absolutely frantic. Neither of them is letting the other even breathe. Both players are proving they belong on the same level today. Mist just puts him away from the ramp, and now he is one step away from victory. Havoc manages to scrape through that exchange, keeping things locked at 15 all. A quick reset to keep this marathon going. Mist surges ahead, now leading 16 to 15. Mist pushes the lead to 17-15 with that one. He's completely rewritten the expected script for this match. Havoc strikes back, bringing the tally to 16-17. The pressure is mounting for the lower rated side here. Havoc has leveled things up, creating a dead tie. He's refusing to let the match slip away. Mist edges ahead, holding an 18-17 lead. A huge moment of poise to stop that momentum shift. Absolute madness here. Havoc pulls it back to 18-18. Simply an absolute war of attrition at this point. Mist is just barely clinging to a one-round edge. Mist is now commanding a 2-round cushion at 2018. This is a complete turnaround for someone who started so poorly. Mist is pulling away now, sitting at a 21-18 lead. The lower ranked side is absolutely refusing to break. Mist takes a commanding 4-round lead at 22-18. That is just legendary stuff. He had a terrible day overall until this moment, but he's officially shaken the world. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We're on orange today with Aster facing off against Havoc for the win. Havoc has been remarkably consistent in their direct matchups, leading their career head-to-head 22-13. It's an edge that has clearly followed them into today's server. Aster will need to dig deep to shake that psychological weight early on. Aster's pushing the lead, holding a tight 2-1 grip. He's showing a lot of confidence despite being the underdog. The early momentum has shifted. We're back to an even split as both players trade blows. Atar is starting to pull ahead with a 3-2 lead. His top quartile status hasn't helped him keep the lead so far. And just like that, Havoc forces a dead hit. His recent 70% success rate is looking very real right now. Havoc is starting to build some real steam here, putting the pressure back on Aster. The matchup reads just like their latest meeting. The tide has completely turned as he manages to secure his third straight victory. That's a tough spot for a player with a 74% record here. He's absolutely crushing it from the ramp, extending the lead to 6. He's really taking control, just as expected from the favorite. A complete shutdown. This is now 5 straight for the favorite. Aster's 65% career win rate isn't doing him any favors here. He puts up a strong answer here to keep the score respectable heading into the break. He'll be looking to carry that energy into the second half. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. It's exactly what we're looking for from the favorite. He's comfortably in the driver's seat for now. Time to see if the momentum holds. Looking at that a few seconds ago, Havoc is outperforming his typical 48% map success rate on this surface. And honestly, it shows in how efficiently he's closing these rounds out. He's making it look easy right now. Havoc is firmly in command at 9-6. He's really playing his best game of the afternoon. Havoc is really tightening the noose here, moving closer to a commanding lead. Just completely outclassed him there, and that's 3 in a row for the leader. The gap in the ladder ranking is really showing itself. Aster finally gets a clean look and puts a stop to that run. Still looks like a struggle for Aster against the number 9 seed. Aster is finally putting some heat on Havoc, narrowing the gap to just 3 rounds. A blink and you miss it shot puts him just 1 step away from victory. That was an incredibly fast exchange. An absolute laser of a shot to keep the fight going. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. What a finish. Havoc closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really dug in there, but he just couldn't find a way to stop the bleeding during that big run. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. Aster and Mist are ready to go, but the favorite faces a tough challenge today. Aster has been extremely consistent in this rivalry, holding a 59-36 lifetime lead. It's clear that his mental edge is proving to be the deciding factor early on. Let's see if Mist can find an answer. Aster really likes that ramp position, and it's paying off with a 2-round lead. Tough start for Mist after that, a 10-26 day. Mist is playing the ramp perfectly, picking up that huge momentum swing. Slipping away from the favorite for... Aster holds a thin lead as we hit round 5. He's really trying to bounce back after that loss to Havoc. We're all square now. Mist has completely leveled this. Mist is definitely playing like he wants that top 20 spot. Both of these guys are reacting incredibly fast. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. His ranking is definitely showing in these crucial exchanges. Aster's just completely shutting him down from the ramp right now. That's the kind of control we'd expect from a top 15 player. Aster is purely on fire right now, adding a 3rd straight victory to his tally. He is refusing to back down, keeping the deficit manageable. Mist is really fighting for every single point here. Aster has been an absolute force on this specific map, with a 62% win rate. That familiarity is giving him a massive advantage in these quick duels. It'll be a steep hill for Mist to climb from here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the betting lines had Mist as the frontrunner, but the higher ranked player is currently proving the odds makers wrong. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can close this gap. A completely untouched kill for Mist, showing some real grit as he keeps this challenge alive. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seeded player. The momentum is fully shifting now, with the underdog fighting his way back to an even score. It's officially anyone's game now. What a scramble! He nearly lets it slip away, but managed to claw out that victory. Aster is starting to look like the higher rated player in this series. He just shuts him down on the ramp, continuing this impressive surge to keep the match tied. The ladder disparity isn't playing a role in this set. Aster narrowly regains the lead at 9-8. He's looking strong today with those 21-round wins. Aster is edging forward with a 10-8 cushion. The higher ranked competitor is asserting control here. Mist manages to trade back around, showing a lot of persistence despite the deficit. The underdog is refusing to go quietly today. Aster catches him coming off the ramp to put a significant dent in Mist's hopes. It's feeling more and more like a repeat of that Redline series. He's not folding under the pressure, staying sharp to close the gap further. A surprising turn of events for the presumed favorite. Unreal. That was a desperate scramble that barely went his way, leaving him with a sliver of health. He simply refused to be shaken by the pressure. What a finish! Aster secures the victory and closes out the series. Mist really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find those final few rounds to seal the deal. He had to sweat for that one. What a fight! Havoc has clearly dominated this matchup historically with a 68% win rate. He's coming into this series with far more momentum than Mist, based on how the two of them have performed over the last day. The pressure is now on Mist to find a response. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy today for a match between Havoc and Mist, with the favorite looking to secure another win. That was lightning fast. Havoc is really starting to pick up the pace here. We've got a dead heat now. 4-4 for both. Mist is really fighting back against his tough 10-27 run today. Havoc just pulls ahead, leading it 5-4. He's definitely showing why he's the higher rated player today. Havoc is really capitalizing on the raw skill gap here, as he is rated significantly higher on our ladder. Well, it looks like the difference is translating into total control of the server. I wonder if Mist can pull a surprise given how well he's historically played on this map. Havoc is widening the gap to 7-5 now. He is really putting that ranking advantage on display. Havoc takes the 8-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. Mist is staying in the fight, but he'll need a big shift to overcome that early deficit. Let's see if Mist can dig in. Havoc's just cruising now, pushing it to 9-5. He's playing the role of the heavy favorite tonight. Mist earns a point, but Havoc stays firmly ahead at 9-6. The underdog is definitely showing some teeth here. Havoc is putting some serious pressure on the clock here, closing things out in less than 2 seconds. Havoc is just everywhere right now, catching that win from the wine boxes. He's looking much more comfortable than he did against Mist earlier today. Mist is refusing to go quietly, hanging around and keeping this closer than it needs to be. He shuts the door on any hope for a rally, leaving him just a single step from victory. The gap in their raw rankings is really showing through. What a finish. Havoc closes it out, completely unscathed to take the match. Mist keeps fighting back, refusing to let this game slide away too easily. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Havoc secures the win from the wine boxes. He really exerted his will over that series, effectively erasing that one fluke loss from earlier today. Welcome to the Dunes. Aster and Havoc are stepping up for this duel, with Havoc entering as the favorite today. Havoc currently holds a commanding lead in their overall head-to-head history, winning about 64% of their past encounters. It makes sense that he's looking confident right now after taking that first round. We'll see if Aster can push back and shake that trend. Havoc is really cooking, pulling ahead 2-1. He's certainly playing like the top 10 talent we've seen today. The pace here is just breathtaking. We're seeing these rounds decided in barely a second. He just can't be stopped, claiming his third straight victory to tighten the grip on this match. It's reflecting exactly what we saw in their last meeting. Absolute control from Havoc, picking up another as he builds a massive wall between himself and his opponent. The top 10 seed is making this look effortless. Aster reacts faster in this exchange to put a stop to that runaway start. What a read. Aster just plucked him right off that box to keep the momentum swinging. He's definitely shaking off that initial rust now. Aster has the historical advantage on this specific map with a 62% win rate. I mean, it's interesting to see that translate into a struggle right now while he tries to bridge the gap. We need to see him find a multi-round streak to truly challenge the leader. Havoc keeps his cool and extends the lead to 7-4. He's definitely showing why he's tucked into the top 15. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the favorite simply doing what he came here to do. He's played a very clean half and holds all the momentum right now. Let's see if Aster can dig in. Aster claws one back, trailing 5-8 now. The gap in the ladder is narrow and he's proving it. Havoc extends his dominance now, sitting at 9-5. The top 10 seed is putting a lot of pressure on him. Aster is really tightening the screws here, fighting back to keep this competitive. Unreal. That was a brutal scrap, but he manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. A nail-biter of a round, but he had just enough to stay alive. Aster is just not finding any answers today, and the pressure is really mounting on him now. His top 10 rank is certainly making an impact today. That was far too easy. He's now just one round away from ending this. He looks just as sharp as he did in his last series. Game over. Havoc closes out the series with a flawless final strike to seal the victory. He just completely shut down Aster's map advantage today. It's a tough result for the underdog, but the higher seed was simply too consistent. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Mapas today as Aster looks to keep his momentum going against Mist. Emotion Mid Aster has clearly dominated this rivalry with 60 wins over their shared history. And you can see that confidence showing early. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find any way to flip the script to the Emotion Mid. Mist takes a commanding lead now, sitting at 2. A tough opening for the higher ranked man today. What a fight. Aster barely walks away from that scrap to even the score. He's certainly shaking off the loss he took against Havoc earlier today. Mist holds the edge again, leading 3-2. He's really fighting through a tough run of results today. Mist just widened the gap to a 2-round lead. It's a surprising shift from the usual head-to-head trend. The gap is closing quickly. We're almost back to a deadlock here. That's a stark contrast to his current run of results today. Aster is currently sitting at a 21-15 record over the last day, and honestly, it looks like those grueling matches against Havoc are starting to weigh on him. He's having a hard time finding that second wind right now. Absolutely ruthless. He just completely dismantled that opponent to take a 4-round lead. Another clean finish for Aster as we head into the final round of this opening half. A fast reset there to keep things competitive. We head into the break with Mist leading 7-5. This is exactly how the analysts predicted the game would start. Mist is putting on a solid performance to hold that advantage as the players swap sides. Fresh start for the second half. Mist is still in control with an 8-5 lead. A strong rebound for someone who has only taken 10 games all day. Mist is really cruising now, extending that lead to 9. A complete flip from how their previous matchup went today. What a nail biter. He barely survives that chaotic trade to keep his streak alive. Total dominance from the lower rated side of this bracket. Aster manages to claw one back, keeping himself in the hunt. A crucial step back for the man currently ranked 27. Mist is towering over him now at 10-7. The favorite is finally starting to look like the ranked 13 player. Mist is making this look easy. Just a few more wins and he'll close the door on this one. Surprisingly solid form from a player who has really struggled over the last day. Emotion Mid Aster is fighting back, refusing to let this slide away from him. Emotion Mid. The historical edge definitely shows in the way he's adapting. A picture-perfect round for Aster, showing real grit as he continues to trim this lead. He is finally starting to look like the rank 13 seed. He's absolutely on fire now, refusing to let this match slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the man in the lead. Mist shuts things down instantly, putting himself just one victory away from the win. Unreal. He shuts everything down with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He just completely defied the odds to secure this one. Aster had his number for so long, but that's a massive shift in momentum. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off on orange, with Havoc entering as the strong favorite here. Havoc has an incredible 68% victory rate against Mist over a massive sample size. It's a high bar for the underdog to overcome. Let's see if Mist can find a way to make this a real contest. He's just not letting up, putting 3 in a row on the board. He's putting a lot of pressure on that number 9 seed right now. And there's the response. He keeps his composure to get back on the board. It's a welcome spark of life for the top seed. Mist is absolutely dominating this series at 4-1. A tough day so far for Mist, who's currently 11-25 in the last 24 hours. Mist is just cruising right now, leading 5-1. Mist is really making the most of his momentum right now. Havoc is clearly riding a wave of confidence with that 22-12 record over the last day. And frankly, that level of form explains why he's usually the favorite in this pair. He just needs to translate that consistency into a comeback here. Mist holds a firm 3-round cushion right now. Really shaking the confidence of the top seed. A clean exchange for Havoc, and he's showing a lot of grit to keep clawing back into this game. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. He secures another one from the ramp, narrowing the gap to just 1 round before the break. A huge shift in energy for the favorite right now. We go into the break with Mist holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a complete reversal of the expected script. He's fighting off the higher ranked player right now and really pushing for a shock result. Time to see if the momentum holds. He's staying relentless, pulling within a single round of the lead. A quick reflex win to keep the pressure mounting. Absolutely incredible result from Havoc to bring this map back to a dead heat. Everything is back on the table for the two of them. Mist barely keeps his edge, clinging to an 8-7 lead. It's a tight scramble now with the favorite fighting for air. What a scrap! Mist barely hangs on to take this one in a complete firefight. Easton Comjor is looking rock solid in these high pressure moments. He just won't go away, staying aggressive to keep this comeback rolling. Keeping it tight after that sudden what a statement. He completely resets the match, leveling the score at 9-all. Perfect reset as we head into the final stretch. He's completely taken control of the map, storming back to claim a lead for the first time in a while. A quick recovery for Mist, leveling things up at 10-all. A real battle of nerves as the rating gap disappears. Unbelievable. He manages to claw back the advantage after a wild scramble, taking a slim lead. Absolute nail-biter with his health dipping that low. He manages to secure the equalizer, leaving us completely tied up at 11-all. Absolute toss-up now as both players fight for every pixel. A lighting fast flick puts Mist in the driver's seat, just one step away from victory. Unbelievable. He finds a way to force a deadlock, pushing this entire series into overtime. He's showing unbelievable heart, stepping up again to seize a lead in this overtime stretch. Absolute dominance in his last two exchanges. He's completely in the driver's seat now, extending that surge to 3 straight. Exactly the kind of high-end performance we expect from the favorite. What a scramble. Mist digs deep and barely survives that exchange to claw back into a game. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he keeps himself alive. He just can't be stopped, putting himself in a prime position to end this series. It feels like he's finally found his footing in this overtime. A huge stop from Mist to keep the dream alive, barely taking any damage in that sequence. A critical hold to keep the pressure mounting. Total shutout. Mist is on fire and now stands just one round away from ending it. Just an absolute blur of a sequence there. Mist is just an edge ahead at 16-15. Havoc equalizes it up at 16 each. Mist takes a slim 17-16 lead after that blow. It's an incredible showing from the number 26 ranked player. Pure deadlock now. Havoc has forced a 17-all tie. Total deadlock here. Neither side wants to blink. We are seeing a literal coin flip every single round now. Havoc finally steps ahead with an 18-17 advantage. His mental game is looking incredibly sharp right now. Mist just hammered home the equalizer at 18 apiece. He just refuses to let this series slip away. Havoc is suddenly back in front, leading 19-18. Mist strikes back, bringing us to a thrilling 19-19. Mist takes the command with a narrow 20-19 lead. He's truly digging deep in this final stage. Mist is nearly there, leading 21-19. Momentum has completely shifted toward the challenger. The pressure is simply too much for the higher seed now. Mist holds the narrow 21-20 advantage. A huge moment for the higher seed to stay in this. Mist stays in control with a 2-round cushion. He absolutely shuts the door on that one. Seeing him break that historical head-to-head record is just a massive result. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We have Aster and Havoc facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Havoc holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 65% of their lifetime meetings. It's interesting to see Aster starting strong here, since he's usually the one fighting an uphill battle against this opponent. He'll need to maintain this level of precision to flip the script. Absolutely effortless. He's just too fast for the opposition right now. Total shutdown by Aster, who just completely stole all the momentum from his opponent. Aster is simply outplaying him, dropping another one and clearing Havoc off the planks. Unexpectedly struggling to find his footing after that dominant form against Aster. He catches Havoc on the ramp for a complete shutout to start this match. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on the dunes. A battle of the windows ends with another clean point for the front runner. He's showing a completely different side than in that last meeting. Aster just keeps rolling, effectively cutting him down from the ramp. Total nightmare start for a player who had been seeing so much success today. Unbelievable. He's just not letting up, taking his 9th consecutive round. It is a complete turnaround for someone who has played so well today. He's just untouchable, securing double-digit wins after that sharp play from the ramp. He's certainly making up for that last loss on the dunes. A quick reset for Havoc just before the break. He certainly got the higher seed in this pair. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. He is completely ignoring the historical gap between them right now. We are looking at a potential upset if he can hold this pace. Time to see a response. Havoc is really leaning into that high recent form, boasting a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a dangerous sign for Aster, who is seeing his early lead evaporate quickly. He'll need to find a way to stop this streak before the gap closes entirely. Aster quickly puts an end to that mini streak, regaining control of the tempo here. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses to Mist and Havoc. Aster secures another one from the ramp, putting him just a single round away from victory. The underdog is just completely out of his element today. What a way to close it out. He seals the deal right here to take the series. He just completely dismantled everything Havoc tried to put up. Seriously, those reflexes were on a different level today. Welcome to the arena for today's matchup. Aster and Mist are ready to fight for their first 13 rounds. Aster generally dominates this rivalry with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. But Mist has completely flipped the script lately by taking the last 4 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if this current momentum can overcome that historical gap. The momentum shift is complete as he secures a 3rd straight victory. A rough start for the higher ranked player in this pairing. Unreal. That was an absolute scrap, but he manages to claw out a victory with practically nothing left. A sharp response there, and he manages to pull one back. He's still relying on that massive experience edge over his rival. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure on as he puts together another victory. The favored side is finally figuring out this matchup. Aster entered this series as the heavy favorite, but he is now clearly struggling to find a way back into the map. And honestly, we are seeing a real disparity between his higher league ranking and how he's playing today. It's becoming a fight for survival. Mist is just cruising right now with a 6-3 lead. It's a surprising look for a top 15 player today. Another perfectly timed shot, and he's continuing to fight his way back into this series. He is quickly narrowing the gap. He's on a tear now, picking up another win to keep the pressure mounting. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, a wild start for both of them. Mist was expected to take this, but Aster is holding his own and refusing to let the favorite pull away. Fresh starts for both players here. Mist nudges ahead by a single round. The lower ranked player is staying incredibly composed under the pressure. Aster looks completely untouchable now, bringing the series back to a dead, even split. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Mist edges ahead with an 8-7 lead. He's really defying the ladder rankings tonight. Mist is just one step ahead at 9-7. Another incredibly quick exchange and the lead continues to grow. A quick reaction here to keep the comeback alive. He's showing plenty of grit to keep this fight interesting. He's found a way to level the series, bringing this battle to a dead heat. Both of these players are refusing to let the other take control. Mist regains the lead, now sitting at 10-9. It's looking like another tough day for the higher ranked side. Mist is really capitalizing on this momentum and starting to put Aster in a very precarious position. He's refusing to let up, continuing this charge back into the series. A huge moment to keep the hope alive. He just clears the Tetris for another win and we are completely level at 11. He's refusing to let his ranking be a footnote today. Mist secures this one from the box to move within a single round of victory. He looked incredibly composed, keeping his cool from that angle. What a way to cap off regulation. He's fought back all the way to force an overtime showdown. He has the upper hand as we move into the first set of overtime. It's just a relentless day for the 25th ranked player. The reaction times are getting faster and faster as we head deeper into overtime. That was an incredibly clean finish to seal the lead. That is a crushing blow for Aster, as he's just witnessed the lead widen to 15-12. A total shutdown from Aster, who refuses to let this series end without a fight. That gives the higher seed a bit more breathing room. He's showing incredible heart to keep this alive, denying Mist another chance to wrap this up. Absolute perfection to close it out. Mist shuts the door and secures the victory. He truly played his heart out to stay alive in that overtime, but just couldn't find that final answer. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Let's see if the favorite Havoc can keep his dominance over Mist today. Havoc has historically dominated this rivalry, winning about 68% of their head-to-head meetings. But it's important to remember that Mist actually took the most recent match between these two. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can keep that historic control, or if the trend is shifting. Absolute chaos there. Both players were shredded, but he barely scraped through to take the lead. We're deadlocked at 2-all now. The underdogs can definitely keep pace with the top 10 here. Havoc edges ahead, putting the pressure on Mist now. He's definitely trying to shake off those 2 straight losses today. The gap is widening quickly. Havoc is really starting to dictate the tempo of this series. Havoc manages to hold a slim lead at 4-3. The lower seeded player is putting up a real fight today. Mist claws back to level the series at 4 apiece. The number 24 ranked player is really finding his confidence. A complete shutdown. He's officially shifted the energy in his favor with 3 straight. Unbelievable. He nearly fell, but managed to survive that fight with a sliver of health to tie things up. Havoc regains a narrow lead, putting him up 6-5. The higher rated player is starting to pull away now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. Despite a strong run from Mist, the favorite has maintained a steady grip on the match. Fresh start for both. Havoc stays in the driver's seat at 7-6. Both of these players are sporting identical all-time win rates. Havoc is just too fast today. He completely blindsided Mist while he was perched on that box. Havoc holds onto that thin 1-point cushion. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Havoc is putting his 56% map win rate on full display today, and honestly, it's starting to feel like a mismatch. This is a tough spot for Mist, who has been on an uphill battle since the start of the second half. I wonder if he can find a way to flip this script. The momentum has completely shifted back. That's another one in the books for him. The top 11 seed is simply too strong in this stretch. Another effortless shot put Havoc on the verge of victory. Complete precision from him in that exchange. Game over. An absolutely untouchable finish to close out the map. Havoc really tightened the screws in that second half to make a statement here. He's clearly the man to beat today. Havoc really has the upper hand here, leading their career head-to-head rivalry, 24-14. It's interesting because the last time they met, Aster walked away with a very decisive win. We'll see if that early result gives Aster any confidence right now. We're pausing the action on Italy for just a moment, but stay tuned for more. And we are back on Italy, where Havoc holds the early lead at 1-0. Purely a toss-up based on how they've started tonight. Havoc pulls ahead once more, leading 2-1. A strong showing from the favorite so far. The pace is just blistering right now. Both of these players are reacting in a heartbeat. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims another one to push his lead. He is absolutely on fire now, claiming his 4th straight round with ease. The top quartile ranking is really reflecting in the gameplay. Aster manages to interrupt that run, getting a crucial round back. Aster historically enjoys a 66% win rate on this map, which makes this current scoreline even more surprising. So yeah, it's a bit of a shock to see him falling behind so quickly when he usually thrives in these setups. The main goal now will be to stop the slide before things get out of hand. Aster really digs in and knocks him off the vine to secure another round. He's proving that the pre-match odds aren't the whole story. Havoc still maintains a healthy 3-round cushion. The higher ranked player is making his presence felt. He's putting up a real fight now, claiming another round to narrow the gap before the break. A high impact play to put him in a great spot for the break. Havoc goes into the break with an 8-5 lead. Well, the higher seeded player is simply doing exactly what people expected him to do. We'll see if Aster can adjust his approach for the second half. Time for a clean slate. Aster is showing some serious grit, refusing to let the gap widen any further. He is starting to find some gaps in the defense. He's truly digging in, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. That is a complete shift in the tempo for this series. Havoc keeps a slim 2-point lead for now. This is a much needed response after giving up those previous two. Havoc is still holding firm with a 10-7 lead. That's a strong showing for someone with a 48% all-time win rate. Havoc keeps the momentum swinging his way, picking him right off the vine for another win. He is really leaning into that higher rank tonight. He's simply too fast right now, extending the lead and putting himself just one round away from the victory. He just barely manages to hold on, delaying the inevitable for one more round. Aster just needs one more big burst to make this a real contest. He's putting on a clinic now, securing another fast win to keep the dream alive. Absolutely incredible grit from Aster as he forces this match back into a tense fight. The underdog is suddenly putting himself right back into the driver's seat. What a turnaround. He just won't go away, pulling the score to 11-12. He is just refusing to blink right now. Unbelievable. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final shot from the Tetris to take the match. Absolute chaos in the trade, but he claws his way out of it to keep this alive. The tension is palpable with every single shot now. We're seeing a real back and forth here with neither player able to put a hold on the momentum. Coming off a strong 22-13 run over the last day. Havoc just completely shuts things down from the vine, putting himself one step away from victory. Astonishing effort from Aster to clear him off the Tetris and stave off defeat once more. What a way to close it out. Havoc puts a definitive end to the series with a gorgeous final sequence. Aster is really showing his resolve, dropping his opponent right off the Tetris to stay alive. A really sharp response there to keep the pressure high. What an absolute warrior. Aster takes another round and is now just a single step from total victory. He's showing a completely different level of confidence right now. Pure deadlock now as Aster and Havoc sit tight. Aster finally takes the lead with a 17-16 advantage. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. Aster pushes his advantage to 18-16, looking unstoppable. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. Aster keeps his nose ahead at 18-17. A vital stop for the favorite right here. He's definitely refusing to let the match slip away. Aster's now guiding the way with a 19-17 lead. He just wouldn't let the pressure get to him, finally closing out that gap in a huge way. What a performance. He really fought for that one. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Mist are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Aster really looks comfortable here, especially with that 73% success rate on this map. It gives him a psychological edge over Mist, who has historically struggled in this environment. We will see if he can actually convert that familiarity into a lead. Aster holds a slim lead as we head back. He's certainly proving why he's rated higher on the ladder. Mist is really playing a great game right now, shaking things up by trading rounds with Aster. It is interesting seeing this happen, given their head-to-head history. Mist has flipped the script, leading 3-2. This is a stark contrast to their usual pattern. And we are completely deadlocked at 3-all. A high-stakes battle for a top 15 spot on the ladder. Mist is looking really sharp right now, putting a lot of pressure on the higher ranked player. The momentum is shifting despite the gap in the ladder. Mist is really asserting himself today. And we are seeing that trend from their previous head-to-head encounters. Well, it's a complete reversal of how their history usually plays out. Mist has the momentum now and needs to hold this line to stay in control. A complete stalemate now with Aster and Mist tied. He's clearly leaning on that overall head-to-head dominance today. The pace of these rounds has been lightning fast and Mist is keeping the pressure high. He's really defying the odds today. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly where we expected him to be. He's holding his ground and staying steady as the favorite. Time to switch it up. Mist maintains a narrow edge at 7-6. Certainly making that top 15 ranking feel legitimate right now. Absolute chaos as Aster pulls them level at 7 apiece. Aster is completely taking over now, securing a third straight point with that lightning fast reaction. He's just untouchable right now, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. Pure dominance from the top half of the ladder right now. He's completely in control now, moving his tally up to 10. He's quickly making up for those losses on Blade map. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to break that momentum and stay in the fight. The underdog is showing plenty of fight in this set. He's refusing to go away, grabbing another round to close the gap further. Aster is really tightening the grip on this series. Just a couple more to secure the win. He's back in the driver's seat and a single round now stands between him and victory. What a finish! Aster shuts the door on this match and cruises to a victory. Despite that rocky start and the early lead from Mist, the experience really showed in the end. Aster just knows how to win on this map. Welcome to Redline. We've got Havoc taking on Mist in a match where the favorite looks strong today. Havoc holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 70% of their previous encounters. It's a huge psychological edge, though. The early momentum seems to have shifted in Mist's favor. Let's see if Havoc can shake off the nerves and start fighting back. Havoc is clinging to a slim lead right now. He's currently looking much sharper than Mist's recent 13-23 run. Mist looks really comfortable playing the ramp right now, answering back quickly to keep things even. Havoc is just barely holding onto that 3-2 advantage. Havoc's pushing ahead now with a comfortable 4-2 lead. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to show. A rapid response here as Havoc shuts him down right off the ramp. The difference in their ladder standing is becoming very apparent. What a fight! Mist barely survives that exchange to narrow the gap. That fight was an absolute nail-biter. He's really fighting for his life in these exchanges. Another lightning fast entry for Mist, who is proving incredibly hard to shake right now. Havoc has been absolutely clinical in the last 24 hours, putting up a solid 2014 record. It's a stark contrast to how things have gone for Mist today. We're seeing that high-end consistency pay off in the current scoreline. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break, while everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He has a solid grip on this match, though Mist is fighting back more than most people thought. Fresh start for both players. Havoc is putting on a real clinic right now, just completely ignoring whatever Mist tried to set up on the ramp. A flawless touch from Mist, continuing his push to close this gap. What an absolute war! Mist barely walks away from that encounter to keep the pressure mounting. Unreal. He's just refusing to go down today. Havoc manages to outduel him on the ramp and keeps his lead. That top quartile skill advantage is starting to manifest. Havoc's putting a real squeeze on him with a 10-7 lead. He looked dominant in their last encounter on the dunes. He continues to show some serious grit, keeping the pressure on his opponent. A quick turnaround there to get things back on track. He completely takes over the ramp here, continuing this spirited climb back into the game. He is really starting to put the pressure on now. Havoc really needed that one. He's finally putting a stop to that little run Mist was building. Staggering blow for Mist, leaving him trailing by 3 and facing an imminent defeat. Mist shuts him down from the ramp, refusing to let the match end just yet. Still feels like there is a fight left in him. What a clutch move by Mist to pick him off the ramp and keep this series alive. Absolutely freezing under pressure right now. Absolutely incredible. He just forced the tie, sending this battle into overtime. A brutal exchange of shots, but he comes out on top to take a commanding lead in overtime. He's proving why he's sitting comfortably in the top 10 right now. Goodness, they both tore into each other. Havoc scrapes through the chaos to extend his lead. He's really locking in now to secure this lead. Mist is showing incredible heart, pulling Havoc right off that ramp to close the distance. The underdog is refusing to fold under the pressure. Havok claims this heavy engagement from the ramp to put himself on the brink of victory. A really sharp burst of fire to take the lead back. And there it is. Havok secures the final kill with absolute precision to close out the series. He really had to dig deep for that win, especially with the way Mist kept clawing back in overtime. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Aster and Havok are facing off in the arena with the heavy favorite looking to secure another win. Havok dominates this rivalry with a total of 24 wins over Aster. The pressure is definitely on the lower ranked player to prove he can handle the heat. We'll see if Aster can actually shake this trend. Aster is surprisingly in control with a 2-1 lead. Aster is really utilizing his high win rate on this specific layout. We are right back to a dead heat. Neither player is giving an inch tonight. Havok is really leaning into that top quartile rating right now. Aster holds a slim edge now with a 3-2 lead. He's playing with plenty of confidence after that series win on Italy. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. It's a complete reversal from their last two matches on Fast AM in Italy. Absolutely effortless. He's taking total control with another flawless victory. Quite the opposite of their usual results. A very clean shot there, showing some grit as he digs in to close the gap. He's finally fighting back against the odds. Aster's win rate on this layout is sitting at a strong 68%. It's honestly impressive how he's converting that statistical advantage into a genuine lead. I'm curious to see if he can maintain this momentum for the rest of the set. Aster is absolutely cruising right now, leading 7-4. He's continuing that strong momentum from the Italy match. Asta are heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the underdog is really challenging the script here. Havoc is usually the one taking the series, but he's struggling to keep pace with the current momentum. Time to see if Havoc awakens. He's showing some serious guts here, keeping his composure to close the gap. It's a welcome shift in momentum for the higher ranked player. That was far too easy. We are all tied up now as the comeback continues. He's just unstoppable right now. Taking a third straight to pull ahead in the count. He looks completely different after that break. He's just completely taking over now, securing his fourth straight win to put himself in a great spot. He's simply on fire right now, using the ramp to keep this huge streak alive. He's really asserting that authority as the favorite right now. He's practically untouchable right now, securing his 6th consecutive round to push the lead to 11. Finally, a break in the action for the favorite as Aster secures a clean point. Just another glimpse of what happened in their Italy clash. And he is right back in control. Havoc is just 1 point away from victory. He's simply outclassing the field tonight. What a finish! Havoc closes it out and takes the series. He really knows how to shut a door when it matters. Despite Aster's edge on this map, the favorite just looked too polished today. Welcome to the Dunes. We have a great matchup today as Aster takes on Mist in a battle for dominance. Aster really owns the head-to-head here, leading the series 61 to 38. It looks like that psychological advantage is already playing a role in the early stages. We have to see if Mist can shake off those early nerves. Mist has seized control with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now sitting on 3 straight wins. A tough spot for a player who entered as the favorite. Absolutely overpowering. He takes another round without conceding a single point of damage. He's completely in control now, picking up another seamless victory to push the tally to 5. Aster finally responds with a quick burst to stop the slide. It looks like he's finally shaking off that loss to Havoc. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange to keep this comeback rolling. Just a hair of health left after that brawl. Mist is really putting on a show, quickly clearing him off that box to regain a comfortable lead. Another clean sweep for Aster, who's refusing to let Mist run away with the map. He's fighting hard to bridge that gap before we hit the break. Aster entered the match as the clear favorite and holds a 62% win rate on this map. Well, that statistical edge just isn't translating into results today. He'll need a strong finish to this half if he wants to keep this within reach. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out pretty much as predicted. He's staying consistent and really put Aster on the defensive for a huge chunk of the first 12. Mist secures a commanding 9-4 lead over Aster. Mist has certainly found his footing after that rough start to the day. Aster keeps hammering away, narrowing the deficit to 5-9. The rank 13 player is finally starting to look threatening. Mist is really starting to pull away here, putting himself in a great position to close this out quickly. Unreal Mist barely survives this slugfest, clinging to a single point of health after dragging his opponent off the box. Aster is really hammering on the pedals now, trying to claw his way back into this game. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win from the box after a frantic exchange. His recent overall form hasn't been great, but he's clearly locked in now. He's simply not stopping, outlasting his opponent in yet another frantic firefight. He just won't stop, picking Mist right off the box to keep this surge going. Mist holds his ground in a fierce exchange to move within a single round of victory. A lightning fast reaction there, and he shows some real grit to stay in the fight. What a finish. Mist closes it out with an absolute stunner of a shot to secure the victory. He really refused to go down, but the momentum just wouldn't swing back his way in the end. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Havoc and Mist are ready for a great match, though Havoc enters as the favorite here. Havoc has really owned this rivalry with a commanding lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a psychological edge that typically keeps Mist on the defensive. It will be interesting to see if Mist can break that cycle today. He keeps the pressure high, shutting down any chance of a response from the ramp. Mist just can't find any answers since that last meeting. He just looks completely unstoppable, claiming another quick kill from the ramp to keep this surge going. Finally, a round for Mist to get back on the board. It's a tough climb for someone sitting at rank 25. The comeback continues as Mist keeps his cool and takes another round. He's really tightening up his game as the match progresses. Incredible. He drags another round away, picking Havoc right off the wine box to keep the surge moving. Havoc answers back quickly, picking his opponent off the wine box to reclaim a 2-round lead. Mist manages to secure another one from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. He's certainly not playing like the underdog right now. Havoc puts the pressure back on him from the window, moving a bit closer to that double-digit lead. His recent match history shows he's really in a groove today. That's an effortless take for Mist as he continues this tenacious push before the half. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Havoc is still the favorite here, but Mist is fighting back hard. We'll see if he can sustain this level of play in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc secures the advantage by playing the ramp perfectly this time. He's really capitalizing on that top 10 ranking right now. Havoc is really starting to separate himself here, securing that height advantage from the ramp. The gap in their overall career win rates is barely there. A wild trade on the ramp ends in his favor, and this resolve is impressive. That was a much closer duel than we've seen in a while. Havoc has been incredibly consistent today, putting up a strong 21-14 record over the last 24 hours. It's a much more stable run of form compared to what we're seeing from Mist. He's looking for a way to stem this tide before it gets too late. A total shutdown as he extends the lead to 11-7. He's doing exactly what we expected from the higher seed. Mist claws one back from the wine box to narrow the gap. A huge effort from a player who has struggled to 13-24 today. He outduels him on the ramp, moving just 1 point away from victory. This look and feel is just typical of their head-to-head history. A quick reaction from the wall lets Mist hold his ground and force another round. The gap in their skill level is closing fast. What an answer. Mist refuses to back down and keeps this run alive. It's a completely different vibe than the early stages of this map. Game over. Havoc secures the final blow from the ramp to seal the victory. Despite that wild second half push, Mist just couldn't find the final gear to pull off the upset. He really forced the issue there. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Aster and Havoc facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum going. Aster holds a 66% win rate on this specific terrain, which is a huge confidence boost for him early on. It's interesting to see that since Havoc has typically dominated their head-to-head, this map is really the only place where the momentum swings in Aster's favor. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The top quartile talent is starting to show through. Aster is really pushing the pace here quickly, shutting down that attempt from the Wine. Havoc is fighting back hard to narrow this gap. He's looking very comfortable right now after that 13-8 win earlier. We're all squared up now at 3 apiece. His high rating is starting to pay off in the clutch. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, securing another effortless victory to take the lead. Aster shuts this one down fast, putting the match back on even ground. A total reset here for two high-tier competitors. Havoc clinches the lead, moving ahead 5-4. Havoc has been absolutely locked in during his last 10 appearances. Another deadlock as Aster and Havoc sit at 5 apiece. He's really shaking off that tough loss from their earlier encounter. Havoc really capitalized on that angle from the Wine to build a bit of a lead. We head into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. I mean, the higher ranked player is simply performing to the standard we expected. He's showing great poise despite Aster's strong record on this map. Let's see if the roles reverse. Havoc currently carries a 22-13 record over the last day, so yeah, he is bringing a huge amount of confidence into this series. This dominant run explains why he's comfortably separating himself from the pack right now. Havoc's now pulling away with a commanding 9-6 lead. He's really holding that higher ladder seat advantage right now. Aster shows some real grit here, clawing back a point and cutting that deficit to 2. A really quick exchange of fire that went the other way. Havoc's now holding a 3-round cushion over Aster. He's showing exactly why he sits in that top 10 spot on the ladder. Havoc is really starting to stack up those wins and he's looking nearly impossible to stop right now. Aster's reactions are looking incredibly sharp right now. He's refusing to let Havoc close this out quickly. Havoc puts on a great display there, moving to 12 rounds and standing on the verge of victory. Unbelievable. Aster barely escapes with his life after that brutal trade, just refusing to go down. Absolute composure from Aster, walking away without a single point of damage taken. What a fight. He keeps the charge going with another victory, but he's almost completely out of health. Unreal. Aster has completely flipped the script, erasing that deficit to force the game into overtime. The sheer pressure in this overtime push is palpable. He just cannot be stopped, taking his 5th consecutive win to push the lead. The pre-match favorite is suddenly in a very precarious position. Havoc answers back immediately, catching his opponent from the Tetris to tie it up at 13-13. He's really putting the squeeze on Aster now, quickly turning the tables in this overtime battle. Another clean finish for Havoc, and he's now just one step away from victory. The momentum has shifted entirely back to his side. Absolutely phenomenal. Havoc closes the door with a lightning fast finish to secure the match. Just a complete roller coaster of a series. He really pushed a top 10 player to the absolute limit here in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to Red Line. Aster and Mist are ready to face off, with Aster looking to dominate today's match. Mist was just a bit sharper in those opening seconds, catching Aster as he tried to hold the ramp. It's a bit surprising given that huge head-to-head lead. Mist is capitalizing on those high angles today, really putting the pressure on Aster early. Hard for him to find a spark after those losses to Havoc. Absolutely effortless. He just completely outpaced his opponent to open a 3-round gap. He's showing a lot of grit, holding his ground on the ramp to secure this one. Still a bit shaky for the favorite to be trailing like this. Mist keeps the pressure high, catching Aster right as he tried to navigate the ramp. The ranking difference isn't playing a part in this one. Aster really has the historical advantage here with a 61% win rate against Mist. You know, he's usually the one dominating this specific rivalry, but the momentum has completely shifted towards Mist lately. I wonder if he can find a way to break this cycle. A sharp reaction from Aster to get a fast point on the board. Mist is just too quick today, controlling the pace and shutting down any hopes of a comeback. His confidence is sky high after that previous match win. Mist is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. His upper half ranking is finally starting to show a bit. Mist is just relentless, pushing the lead to 8-3. hard to forget that previous loss he just suffered on Dunes. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's proving why he was the pick to win this one. Let's see if Aster can claw back some rounds after that slow start. Time to see a new approach. Aster is currently staring down a 3-match losing streak. It's really starting to weigh on him as he struggles to find his feet against the player he normally dominates. If he can turn things around now, this match is going to be a very quick exit. Mist is almost home, leading 10-5. Just a total contrast to their last encounter on Dunes. Mist is barely letting him breathe. These quick rounds are really making it difficult for Aster to adjust. Aster is putting up a fight, but he's still got a steep mountain to climb from here. That 14th rank is finally starting to show a bit. He comes through the duel on the ramp and now stands just 1 round away from victory. Everything is falling apart for the supposed favorite today. What a finish. He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to seal the series. He's really putting a stop to that losing streak right now. Aster's just not having his day. Welcome back to the league. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off on Mapas, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Havoc owns this rivalry with a 69% win rate over Mist. It's impressive that he continues to hold such a strong grip on this matchup. Now, the real test is seeing if he can shake off this slow start and regain his composure. Another perfectly timed shot, and he's just taking total control of the map right now. A complete shutdown here as he refuses to let the deficit get any larger. He's showing a lot of heart here, fighting his way back into this contest. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this series. Mist still holds a 2-round lead here. Tough. A lightning fast reaction there to keep the pressure mounting. That was a clean trade-off for the moment. He secures the equalizer from the ramp, completely resetting the map to a dead heat. This is exactly the kind of grit he usually brings to these matches. Mist manages to hang on to a slim lead. The underranked player is putting up a huge fight tonight. Absolutely untouchable. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring the score dead even. He's really starting to assert that expected dominance now. He's completely locked in, taking the lead just before the break. Total chaos as the momentum completely shifts in the final moments. We are all square at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is probably happy to be in this position, given how hard he had to work for those last few points. He's fighting through as expected, but Mist is refusing to go away. Time to see who blinks first. Mist claws back ahead, edging out a 7-6 lead. He's definitely proving to be a tough out today. Mist is really making his mark today, despite being 24 on the ladder. It's a striking contrast to the usual order of things, since he's normally the underdog in these encounters. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this composure to close it out. Havoc puts on a clinic from the ramp, evening things up at 8-8. A fierce back and forth encounter that's completely scrapped the original script. The comeback continues as he just completely outclasses his opponent in another flawless exchange. He just wipes him right off that ramp, keeping the hot streak alive. Mist just needs a single round to stop this slide. He is just relentless right now, extending his run to 5 straight. Mist is definitely feeling the pressure of this slide. A sharp reaction here from Mist, who completely denies the chance for another run. A huge sigh of relief for him to finally get back on the board. What a response. He's staying incredibly strong despite the pressure of this climb. Unbelievable, he just secures a knife kill to tie the set and keep his streak rolling. Unreal, he really pulled that off with a blade. Havoc edges ahead again, moving just one step away from a massive comeback victory. What a gritty performance. He digs deep to force a dead heat, sending us straight into overtime. Absolute deadlock as we head into the extra frames. He refuses to break. That was a bloody brawl, but he manages to outlast Havoc to take the lead. This really is a complete flip from the expected outcome today. Absolute chaos in the exchange, but he claws out a win just in time. A brutal way to snap that momentum shift. He's not letting up, stepping up the pressure again to keep this overtime battle alive. Just an absolute lightning strike to seize this frame. Completely clean execution for Mist, who now stands just 1 round away from victory. It's been a total reversal of the pre-match expectations. Absolute perfection from Mist to close the door and claim the series. He really managed to overcome a mountain of history to pull this one off in overtime. Such a huge statement win. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Aster and Havoc are facing off in the arena, with the favorite Havoc looking to keep his streak alive. Havoc holds a huge lead in their history, winning about 63% of their past meetings. He's certainly enjoying that mental edge right now. Aster has the better record on this map, but he'll need to find some confidence quickly. Absolute control from the ramp as he picks up another round. The 10 seed is really putting on a show early. He's just unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 4. He's coming in with a ton of momentum after that recent win over Aster. He's just completely shut him out, making it 5 straight wins. He's playing exactly like the top 10 seed on the ladder. He's simply on another level, taking his 6th straight victory in a row. Aster has been struggling today, including that rough loss to Mist. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that engagement from the ramp to hold a massive lead. It is a nightmarish stretch for the number 14 seed. Finally, Aster manages to trade back around to get on the board. Need a few more looks like that to close this gap. Havoc has clearly found his stride today, especially considering he's currently sporting a 23-12 record for the day. It looks like he's effectively translating that high volume success into a very oppressive lead here. We just have to see if Aster can salvage anything from this set. Aster is quickly turning the tide here, cleaning him right off the Tetris. The momentum is shifting, despite his struggle against Mist earlier today. Havoc takes a 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this result lines up perfectly with what we expected going in. He's really putting his weight around today, especially with that 7-round burst he just put together. time for a mental reset. Havoc is dominating, sitting comfortably at 10-3. His recent record of 15-26 in their head-to-heads is mirroring this match. Havoc is just cruising with a 10-4 cushion. That's his first high-impact round after a really shaky start to the day. Aster is starting to put up a real fight now, making it 3 in a row to keep this series alive. It's surprising to see a top quartile player looking this shaky. Havoc is simply refusing to let this match slip away. That's a stark contrast to Aster's rough outings today. He shuts it down completely, and now he's just one step away from the victory. Game over. Havoc closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. He really just played his way right through that series, taking complete control from the start. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Mist facing off on Orange today. Let's see who takes this series. Aster carries a massive 61-40 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a huge gap, but Mist has actually dominated their most recent encounters. We'll see if that historical weight plays a part here. Aster is cruising with a tight 2-1 lead. He really needs to shake off those recent losses. Aster is starting to build some real speed here, putting the pressure right back on Mist. The higher rated player is certainly making his presence felt. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that one alive, but it keeps the momentum swinging. The underdog has really struggled to keep pace today. Mist is refusing to go quiet, showing some real grit to close the gap. A fast, clean response to get back in the game. Aster's win rate on this map is an impressive 73%. It's a huge advantage that usually translates to a dominant performance. The real question is whether he can turn that consistency into a clean lead before Mist finds a way back into this. Aster's distancing himself now, holding a commanding 6-3 lead. He is really starting to lean into that current form. Aster is really putting a grip on this map and pulling away toward the double-digit lead. Aster's now sitting pretty with a 3-round cushion. Mist looks a bit more composed after those earlier struggles. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's defying the odds here. He looks way more comfortable than he did in his previous outings, and it's keeping Mist on the defensive. Time to see who blinks first. Both of them traded heavy damage, but Mist manages to scrape through this duel to close the gap further. A real nail beater for both of them. Unbelievable tenacity from Mist, who has completely erased that deficit to bring us level. Absolute chaos as the momentum completely flips. Aster barely holds the edge, leading by a single round. He's fighting hard to reverse that poor run of form today. Absolute perfection from the ramp, and we have a dead heat at 8-8. Another quick victory for Mist, continuing this strong push to reclaim the lead. The top seed is looking completely vulnerable right now. Aster claws back, and we are tied at 9 apiece. The higher rated player of the two is finally stabilizing. Aster just nudged ahead, taking a narrow 10-9 lead. He's really trying to bounce back from that tough set against Havoc. Simply untouchable right now as the momentum swings firmly back into his favor. He's proving that ranking gap is a real factor. He's simply in a different gear right now, closing in on the victory. What a way to end it. He closes out the series in style to secure the victory. That's a huge relief for the veteran. Finally snapping that losing streak with a clutch performance. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a fight. Welcome to Italy! We have Havoc and Mist facing off today with a heavy favorite looking to secure another win. What a chaotic start. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a threat to take the opener. Havoc usually dominates their encounters, holding a commanding 398 to 184 win lead over the years. It's interesting to see Mist holding his own right now, especially since he's managed to win their most recent meeting. It'll be a huge psychological boost if Mist can keep this pace up. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. This is anyone's game now. This is looking way more balanced than the rating gap suggested. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on and pull ahead here. Mist definitely knows how to handle himself against this high-rated opponent. Havoc is building some serious momentum up at 4-2. Mist is having a tougher day overall with that 13-24 record. Mist narrows the gap to 4-3, staying right in it. Mist is really starting to climb, putting a lot of pressure on Havoc right now. He is simply too fast right now, completing a perfect hat-trick of rounds. Unreal, he survives a complete firefight with practically nothing left to extend his streak to 4. Havoc manages to cut into the lead just before the side swap. Just in time to keep this a tight race. We are all square at 6 apiece. I mean, the underdog is holding his own despite the rating gap. Mist really stepped up to negate Havoc's usual edge in these head-to-heads. Clean slate for the second half. Havoc grabs the lead, putting him 1 step ahead. He's looked very sharp throughout his other matches today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he manages to edge out the victory by the skin of his teeth. What a grueling brawl. He barely walks away from that one, managing to take the lead back. And we're back to a tie. 8-8 for both. Coming into this set, he's played some heavy minutes today. Havoc pushes ahead again, now leading 9-8. He's really starting to leverage that ranking advantage here. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Both of them are reacting almost instantly now. Havoc just barely keeps his slim 1-round advantage. He's definitely finding some traction after those heavy losses to Aster today. Havoc has a really strong hold on this game right now, making it very difficult for Mist to get back into the series. Mist is really refusing to back down, clawing his way right back into this contest. Mist is on a roll now, really putting the pressure on Havoc in these final stages. We're seeing that same pattern as their most recent encounter. Havoc takes total control from the Tetris, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The higher ranked player is simply refusing to crumble here. What a finish. Havoc closes it out with a lightning fast kill to seal the victory. Mist really fought back with everything he had, but he just couldn't find that final spark. What a battle. Welcome to the show. We have Aster and Havoc facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Both of them scrambled for the high ground, but Havoc was just a hair faster to the trigger. He's already showing a strong grip on this head-to-head matchup. Havoc has absolutely owned this rivalry with a career win rate of 64% against Aster. It's no surprise that the momentum has stayed on his side today, especially after that dominant performance in their last series. I wonder if Aster can actually find a way to flip the script. Just as effortless as the last few. He simply picks Aster off the wall. The top quartile player is making a strong case for his seeding. Aster manages to clear him off the planks, putting a halt to the run. It's a tough spot for the underdog to climb out of. Havoc is dominating the scoreboard with a 5-1 lead. He's definitely playing like the favorite here. Aster puts a stop to the pressure and catches Havoc right there on the ramp. It's been a busy afternoon for Aster as he pushes into his 20th game. Havoc is playing at a very high level today, continuing a strong 23-12 run over the last day. It's really putting the pressure on Aster, who seems to be fighting an uphill battle across his recent matches. He'll need to dig deep to find some stability. Havoc is just too quick catching Aster right as he stepped up onto that ramp. The 8th ranked player is simply too precise today. Havoc just completely outclassed him from the toolbox, keeping his momentum rolling into the final stretch. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as predicted here. He's clearly the one in control of this series right now. Let's see a fresh push from Aster. Havoc is looming large now, sitting just a single point ahead of a win at 9-4. The latter is firmly in his element today. Havoc just couldn't let up, shutting down Aster while he was perched on the wall. He's really capitalized on his rank advantage throughout this set. Havoc is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-5. He's certainly showing a bit more resilience than he did in their last outing. Havoc is really tightening his grip on the match now, just snapping onto Aster's head from that ramp. It's been a long day for the 14th ranked player. Aster is refusing to go down quietly, showing some serious fight here. The underdog is definitely digging in here. Aster just caught him on the ramp, putting some serious pressure on that lead. A surprising flip from the result we saw in their last match. Havoc just edged out the fight on the ramp, leaving him just one round away from victory. The pressure is simply too much for the lower seed right now. Aster claws back around just when it looked like the end was near. A clutch stand by Aster to keep this match alive. Unbelievable. Aster manages to clear Havoc off the bricks, extending his current run to 2. He's starting to find some real confidence in these late rounds. What a fight. Aster barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to keep the rally going. Absolute nail-biter of a finish there. He's simply not letting up, securing another lightning-fast victory to close the gap further. And that's it. Havoc secures the final round from the planks to walk away with the victory. Aster really pushed him to the limit in that final stretch, but the clutch factor just wasn't there today. He really fought back. What a game! Welcome to Mapus. We have Aster taking on Mist in this one to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a strong 62-40 lifetime lead in their head-to-head matches. But the momentum has shifted recently since he just suffered a tough loss against Havoc. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off those nerves. He's just taken over this match, extending the lead to 3. A really rough start for the favorite today. He's finally showing some grit, putting up a fight to close the gap. The pressure is mounting on the heavy favorite to respond. Mist is practically running away with it at 4-1. The rank 14 player is struggling to find an opening. Mist is just dominating, moving to a huge 5-1 lead. This is clearly a strange day for the top seed. Aster used that high ground to his advantage, taking a quick fight from the ramp. We're seeing a massive shift from the initial expectations today. He's really digging in now, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent with another win. The underdogs are really starting to feel the heat now. Mist is just too sharp right now, holding that ramp perfectly to keep his lead. A real battle of wills between these two today. Mist really has the mental edge right now, having taken the last 4 head-to-head encounters. Well, it's a stark contrast to how Aster usually controls these matches. He needs to find a way to break this cycle if he wants to survive. It's 8-4 going into the break. Well, Mist is leaning on that slight favorite status and playing his part perfectly. He's outperforming a higher ranked opponent right now. Time to see a different perspective. Mist is relentlessly pushing a massive 9-4 advantage. He's really capitalizing on a poor stretch of form lately. Aster finally claws back to 5, but Mist still looms large. He needs to capitalize on his historical edge here. Aster is really putting on the brakes here, keeping his composure to pull this lead back closer. What a display of precision. He's just completely taken over the pace of this series. Simply unbelievable. He's outplaying everyone in the server right now, securing another rapid victory. Unreal. He manages to secure the equalizer from the ramp, and the score is now dead even. The momentum has completely flipped on its head. He's just on fire, taking the lead and securing another victory in this incredible run. He is just outclassing everything. Mist throws at him. Mist answers back immediately to keep the game level. This is really becoming a total coin flip. He manages to edge out the trade and reclaim a slender lead. The higher seed is starting to find his footing in the closing stages. He's absolutely locked in now, just 1 round away from a stunning victory. Mist slows the momentum down right here, keeping himself in the fight. He's fighting for every single round to stay alive here. What a phenomenal recovery. He shuts the door with a lightning fast finish to claim the victory. The grit was just on another level, especially after nearly falling behind in the first half. He really earned this one. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc taking on Mist in this duel, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Havoc leads their lifetime head-to-head 399-184. It's a massive gap that makes it very difficult for Mist to find any confidence right now. I wonder if Mist can actually turn this tide today. He's just too fast right now, powering through that exchange to secure a huge lead. Mist refuses to crumble, tracking him down and clearing him right off the ramp. It's a good sign for the underdog to keep it close early. He's staying sharp, putting up another effortless round to close the gap. That is some serious aggression on display. And it's all leveled out. Mist secures his third straight to tie this up. Absolute chaos for the heavy favorite right now. Havoc answers back immediately to reclaim a slim advantage. The top 10 quality really shines through in these high pressure exchanges. Mist catches him right off the Tetris to bring this whole match back to a deadlock. He's definitely putting some pressure on the favorite. Total shutdown as he plucks Havoc right off the Tetris to take the lead. We're seeing a complete flip of the script from the pre-match predictions. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, extending that streak and tightening his grip on this match. He's just unstoppable right now, which puts him in a commanding position heading into the break. Mist takes a surprising 8-4 lead. I mean, nobody expected the lower rated player to be this far ahead. He really sees the momentum with that 5-round run to put Havoc on the back foot. Time to see if this old... Havoc proves he can still find a way to win even from those exposed angles. It's been a tough day for him overall, sitting at 12-24. He's refusing to go quiet, taking another for himself to keep this fight alive. He's definitely fighting to bridge the gap between their skill levels. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now firmly in control of this streak. Unreal. He's just completely wiped out that lead, evening the score with a 4-round tier. This is exactly why he entered the server as the heavy favorite. Mist answers back with a perfect sequence, regaining a 1-round advantage. A huge moment here as he secures another win from the Tetris, bringing things completely level. He's finally found a way to settle the nerves. The momentum shift continues as he puts together another flawless frame to reclaim the lead. He's showing incredible tenacity, shutting the door on that burst to bring us back to a dead heat. Mist manages to push forward again, shaking off that early pressure to take another round. It's an unexpected spot for the underdog to be in right now. He wins another fierce trade from the Tetris and now sits on match point. He's just completely iced the favorite in the closing stages. What a finish. Mist claws back from the brink to take the final round and seal the victory. He's finally broken that long-standing losing streak against his rival. He just wouldn't let this one slip away today. What a battle. Welcome everyone. We're on red line for a great matchup between Aster and the favored Havoc. Let's see who takes it. Aster holds a clear 62% win rate on this map, which likely gives him the confidence we're seeing early on. It's a strong start for him, especially since he's usually the underdog when these two meet. We'll see if he can maintain this early pace. Aster's really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Coming off a strong 23-12 run over the last day. The tides have turned quickly here, with Havoc erasing a 2-round lead and now steering the momentum. He's looking very comfortable compared to their previous encounters. Aster secures a huge trade from the ramp to reclaim that narrow lead. He's fighting an uphill battle with those head-to-head numbers. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. The higher ranked player is starting to find his footing. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange from the ramp to take a narrow lead. His top quartile ranking is definitely showing through in this set. A sudden tie brings us right back to square one. Havoc edges ahead by 1 as we head into round 9. That was a lightning fast sequence to take control. Neither player can hold the lead for more than 1 round. It's a complete stalemate right now. Havoc was just too fast on the ramp, securing that victory and pushing closer to the half. The head-to-head record really favors the guy in the lead here. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, that's exactly the result we expected to see here. Aster is keeping it respectable, but he's just not quite hitting the marks needed to overtake the top 10 seed. Let's see if Aster can ride. Havoc is currently riding a strong 23-12 run over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this half. We just have to wonder if Aster has any answers left to stop this slide. The momentum is firmly back in his hands as he puts together 3 in a row. He's just untouchable right now. Securing another effortless kill from the ramp. He keeps the pressure high, wiping him right off the ramp to reach match point. He's completely outclassing the opposition right now. What a gutsy play by Aster to stay alive and hold that ramp. He needed to step up and answer right now. Boom, an absolute shutout to close the series and put the match in his pocket. The raw speed we saw in that final stretch was just unreal. He's completely owning this rivalry lately. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have a great matchup today as Aster takes on Mist in this 1v1 duel. Aster enters this one with a significant historical lead, winning 61% of their head-to-head meetings. But that's a stark contrast to the current form, where Mist has won the vast majority of their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see which trend holds true here. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Mist is definitely feeling the pressure after that tough 13-23 round today. Both of them were trading heavy damage here, but he secures the third straight. He's fully justifying that top 15 rank right now. Absolutely untouchable. He's just completely taken over this match. He's proving to be the superior pick today. He's simply too fast right now, sweeping through this match with an incredible series of rounds. Brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to emerge on top and extend the lead. Things aren't going as planned for the favorite here. He's just not letting up, securing 7 straight to put himself in a commanding position. He's definitely making the most of the confidence from that recent victory. He's simply on another level, picking up another effortless round to reach an 8-win streak. Completely one-sided display, extending the run to 9 rounds in a row. He is simply putting on a clinic, keeping this streak alive as we head toward the half. Aster takes a massive 11-1 lead into the break. Honestly, Mist just looks lost. He was supposed to be the favorite here, but he's barely managed to put anything on the board. Mist needs a huge response here. Another flawless play, and he's just 1 round away from victory. The expected outcome is manifesting perfectly for the favorite. Finally a breakthrough for Mist, who just completely shut him down. A quick snapshot there to get back in the game. Unbelievable. He just shut the door on this series with an absolute shutdown play. He looked like the better man from the start, just completely erasing any doubt about that rank gap. Welcome to the stream. We have Havoc and Mist facing off on orange, with Havoc entering as the favorite today. Havoc has dominated this matchup historically, winning 68% of their meetings. But Mist is currently riding the momentum from his most recent victory over Havoc. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that mental edge early on. Havoc is pulling ahead with a narrow lead right now. That gap in the ladder is starting to show. Mist is really holding his ground here, and he secures a clean win from the ramp. He's certainly fighting through a tough day with a negative record so far. Havoc holds a slim 3-2 edge as we reset. He's really leaning into the top 10 ranking. And just like that, Mist has completely leveled things up. His recent performance across the board hasn't been as steady as this. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, putting together a nice little string of wins. Despite being ranked 25th, he's looking incredibly sharp right now. Deadlock at 4-all, a total toss-up now. Both players have managed to keep their pace balanced today. Mist takes the lead with a tight 5-4 advantage. He's definitely defying the expectations going into today. Havoc has been incredibly consistent lately, putting up a strong 23-11 record today, but he's clearly struggling to translate that form into this specific match. It's becoming a real battle of wills to see if he can stop the slide. We're all squared up at 6 apiece going into the break. Honestly, this fits the map stats perfectly. Both of these players are nearly identical in win percentage on orange, and that's exactly what we're seeing play out. Let's see who blinks first. Mist has reclaimed the lead and now sitting at 7. A tough day for Mist so far with a 12-24 record. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that slugfest to bring the series back to a dead heat. The top 8 ranking is certainly paying dividends in the clutch. Mist stays in control with an 8-7 lead. Absolute lightning speed on that last exchange. Havoc claws right back to make it 8-all. Both players are just trading blows at this point. Havoc has really found another gear and is starting to put a bit of distance between them. It's a stark contrast to the blowout he suffered against Aster. What a scramble! He barely survives that frantic exchange to push his lead to 10. The skill gap is becoming a real factor now. He is simply outclassing everything right now, moving to an 11-8 lead. He's showing why he's sitting comfortably in that top 10 spot. Mist manages to alt that slide and keeps himself very much in the hunt. We're seeing that fighting spirit that put him on the map today. A totally clean exchange there, and now he's just one round away from victory. Everything is falling back into place for the higher seed. Mist answers back with another huge highlight, refusing to let this game slip away. That was an incredibly crisp shot to get back into this. Absolute chaos in that final exchange. But Havoc barely survives the carnage to shut the door on this series. He really had to dig deep and survive a few nail-biters there to close this out. What a fight! Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster taking on the favorite Havoc in today's high-stakes duel. Aster has played this specific map way more successfully with a 62% win rate. It's an interesting contrast because Havoc generally holds the upper hand in their personal history. He'll have to prove that his historical edge still matters here. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, managing to shut Havoc down even with him holding the ramp. Deadlock now with both Aster and Havoc tied up. He's really showing that higher rating right now. Havoc grabs a narrow lead, pulling ahead 3-2. He's really leaning into that recent 23-11 performance. These early rounds are flying by. Both of them are reacting almost instantly. He's fighting back after that rough loss on red line. Aster catches him up on the planks and is really starting to seize the momentum here. The underdog is looking very comfortable in this series. He's completely taken over the match, extending that run to 3 straight. That's quite the shift from the 13-6 beating Havoc dealt him earlier. Absolutely crushing it now as he puts up a huge lead with another win. He finally cuts the run short and starts digging back into this game. The top-seeded player is finally showing some life. Aster puts his opponent back on the floor, denying that ramp advantage entirely. The gap in ratings isn't playing a part in this map. Aster goes into the break with a healthy 8-4 cushion, and honestly, he's outperforming the map stats right now. Havoc is struggling to stop the bleeding after that 4-round slide. Time to see a respawn. Havoc currently holds a substantial historical lead with 29 total victories over Aster. That lifetime dominance is starting to manifest as he finds his footing in the second half. He'll need to maintain this momentum to close the gap. Aster is just towering over him from the ramp right now, putting Havoc in a really tough spot. Havoc secures that high ground again, proving he's still very much in this fight despite the score. He's certainly playing like the higher seed now. Havoc makes a quick play from the wine box to keep his streak alive. He's certainly looking like the higher ranked player tonight. He's completely shut down Aster's momentum, taking 3 straight to close the gap. The pressure is definitely mounting for Aster in this series. Aster snaps that run immediately with a sharp response. A solid response from the man currently ranked 14th. He secures another one from the ramp, continuing this brave climb back into the game. That was a tighter exchange than the last. Fierce exchange of fire, and Aster comes out on top to put himself 1 round away from victory. Havoc gets a clean look at the target and strikes first, keeping himself in the series. He's definitely not ready to give up on this one. He refuses to go down quietly, keeping his hopes alive with a perfect encounter. His overall skill set usually manages to prevail in tight games like this. He just outplayed his opponent from the toolbox to force a tie. Absolute chaos now as we head into the final stretch. Havoc is just on fire now, securing his 4th straight from that ramp to take the lead. Aster really needs a miracle to flip the script now. He's completely taken control of this overtime, extending the run to 5 straight wins. He's really capitalizing on the confidence after that 13-4 victory against Frost. And just like that, he breaks the momentum and forces a close battle. Coming back on the heels of that tough loss on red line. Aster has completely flipped the script, taking over the overtime lead after that fierce comeback. He's proving that the top 8 ranking doesn't always guarantee a closeout. He just completely shut the door on that rally, securing another clean win from the wine box. The pressure is clearly getting to him now. Unbelievable. Aster digs deep in a desperate trade to secure the map victory. He managed to claw his way back just in time to secure a massive upset in overtime. He really earned every bit of that victory. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We have Aster and Mist facing off on Italy to see who can take the win today. Aster is coming into this with a very strong historical advantage, holding a 64-40 lead in their head-to-head games. Well, it's a dominant lead, but Mist has actually won 4 of their last 5 encounters. It will be interesting to see if that recent shift in momentum carries through this match. He is absolutely on fire, putting up another flawless number to take a commanding lead. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now, sweeping through the early stages. The favored side is making this look effortless. Another perfect exchange. He's just outclassing everything. Mist is throwing at him. The favorite is putting on a show here. Unreal. This was an absolute scrap, but he somehow manages to scrape through with a narrow lead. The difference in their current form is glaring. The streak hit 7 and he looks practically invincible right now. Finally, he manages to secure a round and stop the momentum shift. He's fighting a tough battle today after that rough stretch against Havoc. Aster has spent a lot of time in the winner's circle with a total win rate of 65% over 1,000 matches. But the current score is starting to look a bit different. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually flip the script here. Aster is just crushing him, sitting pretty at 9-2. He's certainly making his case as the top tier seed today. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, the script has completely flipped since the pre-match predictions. Mist is just not finding any answers for that early offensive pressure. Time to switch sides. Aster is just relentlessly fast right now. These exchanges are ending in the blink of an eye. The number 14 seed is looking untouchable here. Mist needs to string a few more of these together if he wants to keep this series alive. A momentary spark of hope for the lower ranked player. A quick reaction there to put him on the verge of victory. The gap between them on the ladder is really showing. What a way to close it out. He just wipes him off the wine to secure the victory. Complete shutdown from top to bottom. Mist just couldn't find an answer for that kind of speed today. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Mist are stepping onto red line today, with Havoc entering this match as the clear favorite. Havoc secures the early advantage, taking the first of the match from the ramp. A really tough start for a player who's already struggling lately. Havoc has a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, having won 68% of their previous encounters. It's clear that this mental edge is translating into the current score line. Mist needs to find a way to disrupt this pattern quickly. He's simply untouchable right now, adding another to the count. Things are looking exactly like their most recent clash together. He is absolutely peaking, moving the score to a full 5-0 lead. The top 9 seed is really asserting himself today. Finally a response from Mist, taking that duel from the ramp. He's fighting hard to overcome that ranking gap. Havoc is cruising, comfortably leading 6-1. Both players have mirrored win rates across their overall careers. Havoc reached that high position and manages to clear him out of the boxes. He really needs to find some consistency after those tough losses to Esther. Havoc is simply too quick today, continuing to put on the pressure with that ramp kill. Havoc is just too sharp, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's firmly in control after a rough 12-25 run today. Mist catches him while he's moving through the ramp to keep things interesting. It's a tough uphill battle for the number 25 seed. Havoc goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. This is just a repeat of their history together. He's purely outclassing Mist today and is on a fast track to a quick win. Time for a total reset. Havoc is just too fast on the ramp, making short work of Mist's position. He's really putting that rating difference on display here. Havoc really hates letting him breathe. He held the ramp and just shut everything down from above. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence right now. Unreal, he barely survives that firefight to push himself to match point. Just a glimpse of hope for Mist, gone in a heartbeat. And that's it. He closes out the series with a final burst to secure the victory. A complete lockdown of the server from top to bottom. He's clearly in a different league than Mist right now. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Aster and Havoc stepping up for a great duel, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Havoc clearly has the mental edge here, leading their head-to-head series 29-16. It's that psychological weight that makes his early lead so dangerous. Now we have to see if Aster can lean on his strong history on this map to turn things around. Aster's found some momentum to take a 2-1 lead. The higher seeded player is really feeling the pressure here. We're deadlocked early on and it looks like we're in for a real scrap today. He's riding some serious waves after that 13-3 victory over Mist. Havoc claws back to lead 3-2. The top quartile rating is really proving to be the difference. Unreal. Both players were desperately fighting for their lives, but he barely edges this one out. He's just completely in control now, extending the streak to 4 straight. A really dominant way to start the match. He just keeps rolling, picking the opponent right off the ramp to reach a 5-round streak. Looking like his most confident performance in quite a while. That was an intense exchange, but he comes out on top to reach 6 straight. He's certainly making his 23-12 record today look believable. This guy is simply unstoppable, bringing the tally to 7 straight wins. Everything is going his way, unlike that previous close battle on Fast Aim. Finally, Aster breaks that oppressive run with a quick flick right before the break. The number 13 ranked player is starting to wake up. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated. Despite Aster's better map history, the higher seed is outclassing him in every exchange. Let's see if the tide turns. Aster has been putting up numbers lately with an 18-17 record over the past day. Well, that consistency might be the key to him closing this gap. He just needs to keep the pressure high and force Havoc into a mistake. Havoc is just ruthlessly cruising with a 10-4 lead. It feels like a mirror image of their last meeting on Fast Aim. Aster is refusing to go away quietly, shutting down that ramp play to pull closer. He's definitely showing that map edge we saw in the numbers. Aster's fighting back hard, but Havoc still holds a 4-round cushion. Pure precision. He's really starting to carve out some space here. He is absolutely on fire now, picking up a 3rd straight victory with a perfectly clean shot. The momentum shift is palpable now. He easily shuts him down from the ramp to keep his lead secure. It's been a tough day for the rank 13 seed. He secures the advantage from those boxes, and now he is just 1 step away from victory. That was a clean stop to the comeback attempt. What a scramble! He nearly went down, but somehow clawed back to win a total nail-biter. Just an incredible piece of composure to survive that. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Aster manages to survive by the skin of his teeth. He is really finding some grit in these late game fights. What a fight! He manages to secure another round and keeps this incredible rally alive. The underdogs are truly making this a battle of nerves. He shuts the door on that comeback and secures the series victory. Aster really pushed him to the limit in those closing moments, but he just couldn't find the final answer. He had to fight for that one. What a match. Welcome to the arena. We have Aster and Mist facing off today to see who can claim victory. Aster holds a massive lead in their head-to-head rivalry with a 65-40 record. You know this, a matchup where he usually has the upper hand, and it's looking like today will be no different. He is just completely taking over early, putting up a perfect start. He is simply too fast right now, moving through the early stages without breaking a sweat. What a scramble. Mist claws back into the game after nearly getting wiped out in that exchange. Mist stays aggressive, knocking Aster off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. The favorites are suddenly looking a bit vulnerable here. Aster has a significant advantage on the ladder, sitting comfortably in the upper half of the rankings, while Mist is fighting from the bottom third. The skill gap is clearly manifesting in the early rounds. It will be hard for the underdog to flip the script today. Aster is firmly in control with a 6-3 lead. Mist is having a rough day with that 12 and 24 record. The gaps between these exchanges are getting shorter, and Aster is definitely coming out on top most of the time. The mismatch we saw in their last meeting is repeating itself. Aster just keeps widening the gap to 7-4. He's really putting up a fight against the higher rank today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely proving that he's the stronger player on this particular map. We're seeing the momentum shift exactly how Aster wanted it. Fresh start for both of them. Aster pushes to 8, keeping Mist at bay. He's continuing a rough stretch of results after that loss to Havoc. Atar is just relentless, moving ahead to 9-5. A quick response this time, completely shutting down any momentum shift. Absolutely effortless. Aster is taking complete control of the server right now. Mist manages to clear him off the ramp and get back on the board. His recent form has been a struggle, but that was a critical stand. Aster is just a hair too fast for him, quickly reclaiming the advantage and putting the pressure back on. Mist is really refusing to go down easily, keeping this one closer than it should be. Mist is seriously heating up now. He's putting a huge amount of pressure on Aster's lead. Another fast reflex win for Mist, keeping the pressure mounting as he chases this lead. Aster shuts down that run immediately, putting himself just one round away from the victory. He is firmly asserting his status as the top seed here. What a finish! He manages to clear him off the Tetris to seal the series. He really tightened up whenever things got shaky. A solid performance to keep that head-to-head lead growing. Welcome to the show. We've got Havoc taking on Mist on fast aim, with the favorite looking for another strong victory. Havoc owns a staggering 68% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's certainly an interesting start to see him trailing after a victory just like this one an hour ago. He'll be looking to regain his footing quickly. Havoc answers back immediately, cleaning up Mist right off the ramp to keep this close. Expectations are high for the number 8 seed to pull ahead. Havoc is starting to shift the momentum in his favor, securing a huge win from the planks. Losing the lead quickly for someone who held a 2-round advantage. Unbelievable. He manages to claw back the round despite being almost dead, taking Mist off the plank. Mist has been having a really tough run of games lately. He's simply on fire, picking up another easy win from the toolbox. The difference in ratings is starting to show itself. He just completely took over the server, knocking Mist off that ramp for his 5th straight win. A rough stretch for Mist, who's currently 11 and 25 today. Mist puts up a fierce response here, securing a perfect win to narrow the gap. It's a good reminder that anyone can take a map in this format. Havoc manages to take the jewel from the ramp, effectively shutting down that attempt from the toolbox. Havoc is firmly in control now, putting the pressure on after taking Mist down from that wine box. The difference in rank is really showing in this series. Havoc has entered today with a 23-11 record over the last day. You know, it's a strong start that makes this current stumble feel out of place. He'll need to lock in now before Mist gains any further confidence. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a comfortable lead for the favorite, but Mist is fighting back. He needs to keep this close if he wants a chance in the second half. Let's see if Mist finds his rhythm. Havoc holds the advantage and just secures another one from the ramp, extending that lead to 3. He looks completely comfortable maintaining that gap between them. Havoc is just too quick sweeping Mist right off the ramp to put himself in a great position here. Havoc is cruising now, pushing his lead to 9-6. Havoc is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-6. The gap in their ratings is providing plenty of breathing room here. Mist gets the better of him here, fighting back from the ramp to take the lead back to a 3-round difference. A huge read from the wine box as he puts on a strong show to trim the lead to 2. The momentum is swinging back to the underdog. Insane. He barely survives with a sliver of health to secure his 3rd straight win. The pressure is mounting on the favorite now. Absolute madness. He's just wiped out the lead, bringing the score level at 10-10 with a 4th consecutive win. He's simply unstoppable right now, cleaning him off the wine box to claim a 5th straight. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Havoc answers back, picking him off the wine box to bring this series all the way back to a tie. His higher standing on the ladder is making a difference here. He finds the target quickly on the ramp and puts himself just one more away from victory. He's really showing why he's the superior seed in this matchup. Unbelievable. Mist shuts it down from the wine box to force overtime, completing a massive rally. What a fight. Mist denies the ramp and takes a 1-round lead in this intense overtime. The confidence is radiating from him now. The pressure is absolutely peaking here. We are right back to a dead heat in the middle of this overtime. Havoc makes a quick read to take the target of the wine box and really starts to climb back into control. A patient duel that ends with a clean finish as he keeps his composure to square things up. A quick exchange of blows to bring the series back to a dead heat. A brutal slugfest of a round, but he scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left to reach match point. Total heart stopper of a trade there. Game over. He blasts Mist off the wall to seal the victory. He really had to fight for every inch of that one, especially with how tight things stayed through the end. That's an incredible effort from Mist to push it this far. What a fight. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Aster and Havoc facing off today, with Havoc entering the match as the clear favorite. Havoc has definitely owned the head-to-head series with 30 wins over Aster. That's a huge mental advantage coming into a match where the odds were already stacked against the opponent. We'll see if Havoc can maintain that dominance here. Aster is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. Quite a contrast from their last meeting. Absolutely effortless. He's just finding his mark over and over again. A stark contrast to the top quartile status Havoc carries. Total shutout as he keeps the momentum rolling with another perfect round. Finally, a response from Havoc, snapping that run with a lightning fast flick. That's a much more comfortable look for the favorite. Another clean exchange for the favorite, who's quickly closing the gap here. The top tier skill difference is starting to show. And that's the deadlock. He's completely reclaimed the momentum, bringing us back to a tie. He's just on fire right now, moving a full round ahead of his opponent. The skill ceiling is high for a player of his caliber. Aster shuts the door on that momentum swing, bringing us back to a dead heat. He's definitely not intimidated by that higher rank right now. What a frantic exchange. Aster barely scrapes through that fight to take a slim lead. The confidence is shifting for a player who's typically outmatched here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is really putting on a show right now. We're seeing a surprising performance from him, though Havok's 70% recent win rate suggests he can still claw back. New sides, let's see the fight. He's showing plenty of grit, staying composed to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is really starting to mount for the top seed here. He secures the kill from the box, tying things up perfectly at 7 apiece. Perfectly timed recovery to get back in the driver's seat. He's completely taken over the map, claiming a third straight round to seize a 1-point lead. He's firmly back to his usual form here. He's just completely shifted the tide, securing 4 straight to take the lead. This looks exactly like the mismatch we expected from the start. Aster manages to fight back, halting that streak and pulling within 1. That's a really impressive way to stay in this thing. Havok shows some real grit here, digging in to put an even greater distance between himself and Aster. That clean victory puts him just 3 steps away from the finish. Aster claws back to put Havok at a tight 10. The rank 14 player is refusing to back down. That's a clinical stop as he keeps his footing to stay in control of the match. It's a complete toss-up now. Neither side can put together a meaningful run to break the other. This matches up with his higher success rate on this map. This is getting tense. We've hit a dead heat and neither player is giving an inch. Unreal. He manages to survive a brutal trade to put himself just 1 step away from victory. Unbelievable! Aster closes it out with a huge performance to take the series. I cannot believe the resolve we've Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Mist are facing off on red line, and Aster enters this match as the strong favorite. Aster holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 66 wins. But it's interesting to see Mist out in front right now after such a tough run of games recently. This early lead puts a lot of pressure on Aster to prove his rank advantage. Just a total shutdown. He's absolutely owning this start. Hard to believe he's shaking off a 6-game skid like this. Aster finally answers back with a precise blow, refusing to let his opponent run away with the lead. He's clearly adjusting to the pace of this set. Another flawless exchange for Aster, proving he can handle the pressure as the gap closes. What a scramble. Mist barely scrapes through that exchange to reclaim the lead. He's fighting back from a tough recent slump. He secures the advantage from the ramp, refusing to back down as he claws back into this. He's proving that high seed isn't just a label tonight. Mist has an all-time win rate of only 48% over thousands of matches. Yet he is playing with complete confidence right now. He's completely ignored the gap in their ratings to put Aster on his heels. I wonder if he can actually hold this line. Aster pulls a clean win and denies him from the ramp. He's definitely not letting this lead get out of hand. Mist is just too snappy today, securing another victory from the ramp to extend his lead. He's really defying those head-to-head numbers today. It's 8-4 in favor of Mist heading into the break. And honestly, this aligns perfectly with what we expected to see. Mist is playing the role of the favorite here, and he looks very comfortable in the lead. Let's see if Aster finds gear. Mist is just crushing him, sitting comfortably at 9-4. Despite the numbers, his confidence is skyrocketing right now. Mist is just relentless, pushing the tally to 10-4. It's a complete reversal from his dismal 10% form lately. Aster gets his footing and claims this one from the ramp. He is certainly leaning on that overall. 65% win rate to stabilize. Mist keeps that ramp tight and is looking like he's completely in control of the pace here. The underdog is completely disregarding those rating gaps. Aster manages to shut him down from the ramp, preventing Mist from getting too far ahead. He is certainly fighting to reclaim some of that dominant head-to-head history. Aster manages to pick him off the Tetris, and you can feel the momentum shifting toward the higher seed. He steps back into the driver's seat, putting himself just 1 kill away from victory. Aster manages to hold his ground from the ramp, forcing this series to go one more round. He's fighting for survival, but the pressure is mounting. Absolute perfection from Mist to close out the series and secure the win. He really played with a chip on his shoulder, just completely shutting down the higher seed in that server. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Havoc and Mist facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Havoc holds a massive 402-185 lead in their overall head-to-head history. So he's definitely the one with the mental advantage here. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that lifetime dominance into a comeback after the slow start. Havoc is really starting to pull ahead now. Mist's 12-25 record today makes this a tough mountain to climb. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another clean victory to claim the lead. Unreal. That was a complete slugfest and he barely walks away with his life. Looking a bit more like his current form after that win. Havoc is comfortably cruising with a 2-round cushion. The 8th ranked guy is starting to show his class here. Havoc has a huge 24-11 record over the last day, so yeah, he's clearly in a much better spot than his opponent right now. It looks like that confidence is really starting to snowball into a comfortable lead. He refuses to back down, clawing back another one to narrow this gap. He really needs to find some stability after that rough 0-13 against the grid. He's showing some real grit, answering back immediately to keep the pressure on. The comeback is complete. He's now perfectly level in the score with a 3rd straight victory. He picks the opponent off the ramp to reclaim a slim advantage. Just a slight nudge in favor of the higher rated player. Havoc leads 7-5 going into the break. I mean, the higher ranked player is comfortably in front, just like we thought. It was a close scrap, but the favorite is holding his ground here. Time for a fresh set of eyes. Havoc is putting on a clinic, extending it to 8-5. A stark contrast to his recent form over the last 10. A swift response from Mist, keeping the pressure high on the front runner. It's a bold push from the underdog to stay in this. The resilience is real as he puts another clean frame on the board to keep this scrap alive. The underdog is playing a perfect game right now. Havoc stops the bleeding to push his lead to 9-7. He's looking sharp after that earlier win over Aster on this terrain. Goodness, he just barely survived that exchange to push his lead to 10-7. That was way too close for comfort. He's simply too fast right now, extending that streak to 3. The gap in their rankings is starting to play a factor. Absolutely terrifying speed from him right now as he manages to close the distance and leave Mist grounded. Mist manages to snap that run with a quick reflex shot. He needed to get around on the board to keep things interesting. What a final act. He closes it out with a perfect shot from the ramp to secure the series. He's just keeping a dominant record going. Mist really put up a fight, but he couldn't find the consistency to close this out. Welcome everyone! We're on Italy for a great match between Aster and Havoc. Let's see if the favorite can close this out. Havoc holds a strong historical lead with 30 wins in their head-to-head history. It is interesting because Aster actually took the most recent meeting between these two. We will see if that latest victory gave Aster the confidence to flip the script today. Aster is pulling ahead, leading 2-1. Havoc really needs to remember he's the higher ranked seed here. Unbelievable speed from the top seed, continuing this run of victory. He's really struggling to keep up his typical standard today. He is absolutely on fire, securing another flawless round to keep the surge going. And he answers back instantly, shutting down that momentum shift with a quick flick. Aster is currently benefiting from a strong 66% map win rate here. He's definitely utilizing that comfort to put a lot of pressure on the favorite. It really puts the spotlight on Havoc and whether he can recover his composure. Havoc is showing great tenacity here, putting up a strong fight to stay within striking distance. Aster is firmly in control with a 6-4 lead. He really looks plagued by his recent history here. What a response, keeping the pressure on as we head into the break. A huge shot to tighten things up right before the side switch. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the script is flipping completely. We expected a higher ranked player to steamroll this, but Aster is simply playing better. Time for the reset. He secures another point from the wine, showing some real grit to keep this game alive. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence after that win over Xylos earlier today. What a statement. He has completely erased that deficit and we are back to a dead heat. Exactly where the analysts thought this would be. Aster regains the edge, moving ahead 8-7. A lightning fast reaction from the favorite to bring this series back to a dead even split. He's showing incredible resilience, quickly climbing back into the lead with another big win. The gap in ratings is starting to feel relevant. Everything's balanced now, 9-9, and it's anyone's game. It's becoming a complete toss-up as we push toward the end. Havoc manages to track him down from the wine, continuing this impressive surge back into the game. The momentum is swinging heavily now as he continues this impressive climb back into the lead. Absolutely insane. Aster barely survives that exchange, digging deep to claw out the victory with almost nothing left. Total heartstopper right there. A perfect reaction shot to put him on the verge of victory. Aster puts up a wall, refusing to let this match end without a fight. He is refusing to go down quiet. He shuts the door on that run and we are heading into overtime. Pure speed here. He's completely taken over this overtime stretch with 3 straight wins. The top 8 player in the world is really feeling the pressure. The comeback is on. Havoc just found the perfect shot to level this battle at 13-0. A perfect time for the favorite to find his footing. He simply outclassed him there, extending his lead with an effortless shot. The skill gap is starting to show in the class. He's completely in the driver's seat now, moving just one step away from closing this out. The experienced veteran is simply refusing to let this slip. Aster manages to shut him down from the wine, forcing this game to continue. He needed that break to stay in the fight. Game over. He claws back and shuts it down completely to take the map. He just barely edged that out in the end. Aster really gave him a run for his money today. He had to work for that.